Good morning. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. So we want to request those who are outside to get into the room and those who are inside to get to their seats. We are about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are outside, if they can make it into the venue, and those who are inside can then take their seats. It's a nice sequence. I'm not doing it the Mbalula way when he said, when you're outside the taxi, you can sit down. So let's get inside, and once we're inside, let's take our seats. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thought, Prof. Mbewe, you were leading it well. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, sir. I know it's difficult, but you'll get used to it. Let's try again. Thank you so much. As I said, we are about to start. So I want to request colleagues to get inside the room. I still see people that side. I'm not sure if they are part of another event. I don't want to wait for people who are not coming here. My name is Paul Maminza. I will be directing the program today. And I'm very much happy that we are here, ladies and gentlemen, at this Entrepreneurship Summit at the prestigious University of Mpumalanga. The theme for today's summit talks about innovate, inspire, and impact. Because it's entrepreneurship, obviously innovation comes to the fore. Once we have innovation, there will be inspiration. People will have to be inspired. And these two must lead to some impact. We have to see the impact of the innovation that has come about, and also the fact that people have been inspired. When we talk of inspiration, that one resonates very well with our value at the University of Mpumalanga. One of our 7 values is inspiration. If you get an opportunity to move around here, our campus, you will even see even students, the way they walk like they want to inspire someone. That is the culture we have developed here at our university, the University of Mpumalanga. So we are starting with this wonderful meeting here, which is a summit where we have to share knowledge and engage in those topical issues that relate to us being innovative and also inspire others so that there will be impact to individuals in our nation, but even globally. And the University of Mpumalanga is well suited to do that because here at UMP, entrepreneurship is very, very much important. We take it very seriously. That is why we even have a center of entrepreneurship. And we always talk of UMP as a young university. We are celebrating 10 years now. So as part of the development and the growth of this university, colleagues will realize that when you start a university, and amongst the first pillars of the university, then you have a center for entrepreneurship. It must send a message home that the university takes entrepreneurship very, very seriously. We still have other areas of development that are still to come, but entrepreneurship has been prioritized. That is why we even have this state-of-the-art center with iconic infrastructure if you happen to go there. Beautiful. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting to our program. I have mentioned that I'm Paul Maminza, who will be directing today. Therefore, it goes without a say that I'm in charge today of this event. I'm going to request, and the Vice-Chancellor will be talking on 2 areas because of her position. I need to maybe mention that so that when she talks, you can listen. As the Vice-Chancellor of the university, she will be giving us the welcoming address, but part of that is that she's the chairperson of the advisory board of our center, the Entrepreneurship Center here at the University of Mpumalanga. So we normally talk of this like her speech will be a 2-in-1, as she will be addressing us this morning. And I must indicate, ladies and gentlemen, that as the University of Mpumalanga, we're very much proud of our Vice-Chancellor because she takes every event, every function, every activity at the university very, very seriously. That is why she even makes time to come here in person, not to send someone. We see in many places people coming to read other people's speeches and so forth. I don't remember anyone at UMP for the past 10 years reading the speech of the Vice-Chancellor because she's not there. She's always present, and we appreciate that, and we want to thank you, VC, for that. Thank you. So I'm going to request you now to clap hands for the VC as she comes up.
Thank you, Program Director Sanibonani. Dumelang. Want me to start from the beginning? Sanibonani. Dumelang. Ausheni. Loshani. Dimashironi. Molweni. Namaste. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. To our distinguished guests and colleagues. It is an honor and a privilege for me to welcome all of you to the University of Mpumalanga, and in particular to the Entrepreneurship Summit with the theme Innovate, Inspire, and Impact. Let me take this opportunity to express our appreciation for the opportunity to host this summit. We value such experiences as part of our pioneering journey, Luhambo lwemhlahlandlela. I would like to extend a special word of welcome to the following, starting with our keynote speaker, Mr. Jahana. You are most welcome from the CSIR. We have Dr. Patrick Ibiwo from the Tshwane University of Technology, Mr. Ishmael Mbadi from SEDA, Mr. Luvuyo Jongile from SEDA, Miss Brenda Mabaso from the Department of Economic Development and Tourism in the province. You're getting Mr. Maxwell Dlamini from Old Mutual, Ms. Sezanele Zondi from Mega. We also have our partners with us this morning, the Tshwane University of Technology, Department of Economic Development and Tourism, Standard Bank, Nedbank, ABSA, Kruger-Lohfeld Chamber of Business and Tourism, Ehlanzeni TVET, UMP Enactus, and the UMP Research Office. Colleagues, you are all welcome. Some of our partners will be exhibiting outside, so please take time to walk around and see what it is, what is on display. Most leaders, including ourselves, are kept awake at night by the high rate of unemployment in our country and an economy that is not growing. These two knapsacks on our backs, and it is entrepreneurial efforts that hold a large part of the solutions. The hosting of this summit could not have come at a better time for the University of Mpumalanga. It dovetails neatly into the UMP's program for celebrating our 10th anniversary. On the 23rd of August 2024, which is this Friday, we will be having the closing ceremony for the 10-year celebrations that commenced in 2023 August as part of the build-up to the 10-year celebrations that were held on the 3rd of November 2023 under the theme Decade of Excellence and Creating Opportunities. On the 23rd of February 2024, we celebrated 10 years since the commencement of academic activities at UMP on 19th February 2014. We would just like to share with you a few of our achievements over that period. We would take a whole day if we would list everything. But let me start by indicating that the UMP leadership has been recognized, acknowledged, validated, and celebrated through a number of awards and profiling. We have experienced exponential growth in student numbers. We're currently sitting at 10,191, and our staff numbers are at 600, and the number of academic programs is at 75. We have created a modern, stimulating, and inspiring environment that promotes and rewards excellence. We have created iconic infrastructure and state-of-the-art facilities. We have a tartan track where it is rated by IAAF as Class B, and it is evidence of our state-of-the-art facilities that we provide to our students. We received an award in the category State-Owned Entities that have completed their construction projects timelessly from the Council of the Built Environment. We have rated researchers who are continuing to profile the UMP as a research-oriented institution. We have received research-related awards from the National Research Foundation in recognition of our research performance. We have hosted many events in the 4-star Tokomala Hotel and Conference Center where we are today, as well as other spaces on our campus, and received accolades for a spruce, clean campus, where design and nature have coalesced to produce the spectacular water features, streaming water, evergreen plants, cool breeze, allowing for souls on campus to experience peace and tranquil surroundings. As we know, the intellect functions optimally where it can switch off and on unperturbed, and also recharge and refire. The ladies here will remember that our theme for Women's Month was, what was it? Woman, ignite your light. That was our theme. So it's in line with what I'm saying. We have a pass rate of 85%, therefore providing access with success. Our staff and students embrace diversity and inclusion. They are also ethical in inclination and conscious of their civic responsibility. Our students have performed exceptionally well in competitions nationally and internationally. We have received unqualified, what people call clean audit opinions from the external auditors every year since inception. We believe that today's event is a fitting testament to UMP's creative energy and innovation, guided by our Vision 2030 to be an African university leading in creating opportunities for sustainable development through innovation. There is clear alignment between the theme of the summit, Innovate, Inspire, and Impact, and the strategic direction of the university. Our intention is to create a modern, stimulating, and inspiring environment that promotes and rewards academic excellence while fostering an entrepreneurial spirit, creativity, and innovation. At the University of Mpumalanga, energy is directed towards encouraging students and staff to do what they love, to strive to make a dent on the universe, to sell dreams, not products, to create great experiences, to focus and to master the art of identifying new opportunities. Throughout their studies at the university, our students should have an eye for innovation. As an institution, we are committed to the development of an innovative culture and to playing a catalytic role for innovation and entrepreneurship with a definite bias towards Africa. We are guided in our ventures by the following values: excellence, integrity, diversity, collaboration, adaptability, relevance, and inspiration. All our values find expression at this event today. I will just select two of the values, starting by inspiration, where we say UMP values inspiration that allows and encourages others to be more and to do more than what at first seems possible. To ensure inspiration at UMP, we achieve beyond expectations. I'm sure we have seen that in the past 10 years. We achieve beyond expectations. We motivate others to achieve beyond expectations. We are exemplary. We lead by example. And we celebrate success. As an engaged institution, coming now to collaboration as a value. As an engaged institution, UMP actively seeks out opportunities for collaboration with its stakeholders in maximizing the development of human potential and socio-economic development. To ensure collaboration at UMP, we encourage strategic partnerships. We appreciate and value the contribution of others. We appreciate reciprocity and mutually beneficial engagement. As the UMP, we pride ourselves for providing an optimal environment for our students to self-actualize and become the best they can be. In so doing, we prepare our students for work and for life. The Entrepreneurship Summit is an excellent reflection of what UMP truly stands for as a 21st century African university, to promote entrepreneurship and creative problem-solving skills in staff and students, to produce graduates who are innovative and entrepreneurial, graduates who are intellectually curious, independent, creative, and critical thinkers who are able to innovate by applying their knowledge and skills to the solution of novel as well as routine problems for sustainable development. We continue to foster a climate of entrepreneurship at UMP. We believe that it is important to impart entrepreneurship DNA into students regardless of field of study. The Center for Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator is playing an important role in helping students test the viability of their ideas, pitch to potential investors, grow their business ventures, and address the challenges faced. Budding entrepreneurs are empowered to crystallize their business ideas. In support of the entrepreneurship drive, UMP has established a partnership with 17 universities in Indonesia, Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, India, and Malaysia, mainly to exchange knowledge and skills and provide a platform for enterprising students. Through this partnership, 3 of our students won the Best Pitch Award at the Entrepreneurship Summit at the Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, in August of 2022. In May 2024, UMP, 4 students and a staff member, participated in the University Incubator Consortium Ideathon 2024 in the Philippines, in Porto Francesa, and won the vertical on health and wellness. So wherever we go, we win. We have signed an MOU with the Tshwane University of Technology to collaborate on matters pertaining to entrepreneurship. We are hosting this summit with a deep conviction that entrepreneurial ideas and business ventures will produce solutions to some of the most stubborn and intractable challenges. We expect you to be curious, experiment, and be creative. These actions will catapult you into the space of innovation. Researching the viability of your projects will lead to deeper conversations and to you inspiring one another and getting that individual inspiration to do more. As you keep these action words as linchpins, you will appreciate the need for adaptability and continuous improvement. Impact will follow from vision, a growth mindset, and scalability. So use the time together today to inspire one another. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vice Chancellor, for the welcoming address, which was so informative. And I take it that colleagues who are here in the room, they can now understand that UMP has achieved a lot in this period of 10 years. And also to see that UMP is also committed to matters and issues of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship development. So I want to thank the Vice Chancellor for a wonderful welcoming address. She did talk about issues of the iconic infrastructure that we all talk about at UMP because that's what we see every day. And she mentioned the tartan track. I'm very much attached to that as an athlete myself. She mentioned that he's rated Class B by the IAAF. What it means is that if you run here in our athletics track and you break a record, it will be recognized internationally. Because you can run maybe at a school in Machado Dorp, for instance, and break a record. It will not be recognized because the facility is not rated. So our facility here is rated, and that means a lot. And by the way, it could have been rated Class A. The only requirement, which is not of interest to us at the moment, is that we must have a media room and add some of the change rooms, just a few of them. So it could have been rated Class A. So basically, the facility itself is a Class A facility. You just need these other attachments so that it can be rated as such. And that is state of the art, ladies and gentlemen. If you do get time, you can drive down and see it. It's so energizing. You can even find yourself starting to run. The way it is so good. So thanks so much, Vice Chancellor. We will now move, ladies and gentlemen, to the next part of our program, which is where we get messages of goodwill. What this means is that basically somebody who gives a message of goodwill is somebody who says we are in this together. We recognize this, we value this, we are happy about this, let's do it together, let's even do more. So what we'll do there, because the first speaker there, Professor Angelina Yee, who is in Malaysia, we have a video clip, so we'll do that last. That's the advantage of being a program director. Change things the way you want. So I've changed that. So what we'll do now, we will call Miss Andile Jambane, the CEDA branch manager, Komazi, to come and pass her message of goodwill.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My humblest good morning. Firstly, to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mayegisa, the stakeholders in the room, all protocol is observed. My name is Andile Jambane. I am representing CEDA, a small enterprise development agency. I will pass my message of goodwill through presenting on what SEDA has to offer in line with the purpose of the summit, as well as the theme, which is to inspire, innovate, impact. SEDA, Small Enterprise Development Agency. Firstly, I'll present on who SEDA is. SEDA is an agency of the Department of Small Business Development, which is currently led by our Honorable Minister, Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams. The SBD, in short, SEDA was established 19 years ago. That was in December 2004 through the National Small Business Amendment Act of number 29 of 2004. Very important to note now is that the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill has been signed in July by the President, which then amends the National Small Enterprise Act of 1996 to establish a new entity, which is called the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency. We are now SEDFA. The agency incorporates a Small Enterprise Finance Agency, SEFA we know, the Small Enterprise Development Agency as SEDA, as well as the Cooperative Banks Development Agency. That is who we are now. The bill basically intends to ensure the effectiveness or to streamline the business support services which SEDA provides as part of broadening participation in the economy by a greater number of South Africans. The Act establishes the Office of the Ombuds Service, which is an office that will be handling the SMME complaints, as well as ensuring that unfair trading is prohibited. SEDFA will function as a one-stop shop for aspiring entrepreneurs and promote the development of cooperative banks institutions. Therefore, SEDFA will be providing with both financial and non-financial support, instead of how it has been happening with SEDA providing non-financial support services to SMMEs. The institution will strengthen the pre-investment support function, enhance the post-investment business support services to SMMEs to ensure that those businesses that are being supported by SEDA are sustainable and they continue to create and sustain the jobs. The vision of SEDA, which is also in line with the theme for this event, is to make a difference in the SMMEs' lives every day. Therefore, an impact in each and every SMME who approach SEDA. The vision is aligned with the minister's game changers. The game changers of the minister, which are designed to uplift the livelihoods of the SMMEs and cooperatives in South Africa. The game changers of the minister, which mostly emphasize the support of the township and rural-based SMMEs and cooperatives. Most importantly, SEDA's mission also is to promote entrepreneurship and facilitate the development of the existing SMMEs by providing the customized support services in collaboration with the stakeholders. As SEDA, we are nationwide. We are in the 9 provinces. We have got 56 branches in the country. We are supporting 110 incubation centers and in the country, and only 9 in the province, Mpumalanga. We further have got co-location centers, which are extensions to our offices in the areas where they are based. Provincially, we have got 1 provincial office here in Bombela. We have got branches, 5 branches in the province. There is in Malelane, Nelspruit, Bushbuck Ridge, Secunda, as well as Witbank, in efforts to ensure that SEDA provides the services, the best services to our entrepreneurs and SMMEs. SEDA also plays a coordinating role in the implementation of the Chapter 3 and 6 of the National Development Plan, which envisions to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030, the NDP. The NDP indicates that 90% of 10 million envisaged jobs will come from the SMMEs we are supporting. Hence, township and rural support programs should be implemented by SEDA. SEDA also has got programs which are aligned with the district development model, the DDM, to ensure that tailored support is provided to SMMEs at the district level. The DDM, which was introduced in 2019 as a whole of government approach to development, planning, and service delivery, streamlining the efforts of the national, provincial, and local government, private sector also, and civil society, ensuring that they work together in a coordinated manner within specific geographic district. Ensuring the development of initiatives are integrated, responsive, and tailored to the unique needs of each district. The DDM centered on one plan for each district. SEDA contributes to the DDM through the department, which I mentioned earlier, that we are an agency for, the Department of Small Business Development. As SEDA, we are striving to address certain challenges which SMMEs are facing. To mention just 3, the lack of or limited funding for the SMMEs, lack of access to markets, as well as lack of skills and capabilities. As SEDA, we provide all these business development support services to ensure that we strongly contribute to the crisis that is facing the country, especially the unemployment as well as the lack of economic growth. I would like to take this opportunity and thank the university for allowing SEDA the opportunity to present these services or these offerings, which are basically designed to ensure that we promote entrepreneurship and we develop those SMMEs. In those few words, I thank you, Program Director, and would like to ensure the University of Mpumalanga, especially the Center of Entrepreneurship, that we are in support as SEDA. We are doing all we can to ensure that we contribute strongly to the entrepreneurship and the growth of the SMEs. I thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Jambane, for the nice presentation about SEDA, the role that SEDA is playing in the area of entrepreneurship development, and the support that it is also providing to our communities around, and also the partnership with UMP, particularly our center. We really appreciate that. The presentation does show, ladies and gentlemen, that indeed South Africa has moved quite a lot in terms of the development of human resources, even taking the small business sector on board, so that the development is not only aligned to a certain sector, but it encompasses quite a wide range. And we really want to appreciate that. I remember some years back, I read a document, maybe some of you remember it, Ready to Govern. If you think about that submission, which was made many years ago, before 1994, and you look at the entities that our country has established over the years, including SEDA, indeed, it does show that we were ready to govern. It just took long for us to take over, but we were ready to govern because the systems are in place, have not crumbled, we were able to set up all these processes. If you look at other countries, they look south before they can do what they want to do, because they can learn from us, which is very, very good. And by the way, whilst I'm talking about looking south, we at UMP also experience that. Being only 10 years, there are other institutions that look east if they want to do other things. I'm now going to move, ladies and gentlemen, and request Mr. Maxwell Dlamini, who is the provincial manager of Old Mutual, to also come and say, we are in this together, we want to work together, we are doing this together, let us succeed together. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I had contracted with our IT specialist to play a short clip for us. If you're ready, please go ahead.
The cow represents hope for me, and I know my fellow farmers at Ukunimba believe the same thing. If you don't have hope, you can't farm, you can't survive. So my name is John Keith Duval, 29 years old, currently a full-time farmer, as CEO of Ukunimba Farming. So my mom was a single mom. However, my mom always provided me with the best life that I could ever ask for, and always really motivated us to pursue our dreams, no matter what it was. I decided post high school to pursue chartered accountancy. I studied for 7 years in total. Securing my articles, purchased my first cow. Ever since then, I found a passion for farming as a whole. It went on until I was finally finished with my articles and until I qualified. And then I was finally ready to be a farmer and pursue my dream full-time. And then I started Ukunimba at the beginning of 2022. And the relationship that we have with Masisisane is actually quite amazing because they've always been there to support us. Before the Masisisane had come in, we were only running about 100 cattle in our feedlot at any one time. But now that the Masisisane has come in and they've assisted us, they've empowered us with a feedlot of now anywhere between 400 and 450 cows at any one time. So we've really grown our feedlot operation by 4 times in a very short amount of time. They empowered us with a feed mixer that we didn't have before. We've been able to install a solar plant to power our abattoir, also run our cold rooms during times of load shedding.
He is very driven and very
goal-orientated, and him being able to detail the impact of his business, how he can create jobs, where's his market access, and understanding all those elements when he presented his business plan made us comfortable in supporting his business.
The Masisizane has helped us to bring in other people, get in new staff members.
Well, thank you. I think that's our story as Old Mutual and our involvement in the summit today. Just in case you were wondering, what is Old Mutual doing in the summit? Are they probably here to sell us funeral policies? I'd like to extend the special greetings to the Vice Chancellor of the university, and also take this opportunity, ma'am, to appreciate your great leadership of the university for the past 10 years. As Old Mutual, these are the entrepreneurship opportunities as well as partnership opportunities that we are looking forward to, officially partnering with, because we exist in the province and we also believe in contributing to what is happening in the province in as far as economic development is concerned, besides just learning, which everybody else does. So my name is Maxwell Dlamini. I'm the Provincial Management Board Chairperson at Old Mutual within the province of Mpumalanga. So all of you are probably exposed to Old Mutual one way or the other. And 9 out of 10 times, our customers and potential partners gets confused as to where do they submit their requests for partnerships and the relevance thereof. So we've since established a board at Old Mutual, which we refer to as Provincial Management Board, that puts together all business units of Old Mutual. So it's just one door where you find everybody that engages with Old Mutual. So here today, I'm not alone. I'm with Mr. Witindlovu, who's the provincial manager in the retail branches. So in all of the offices that you see, client services and so forth, he's the one that leads that. He's also serving under the Provincial Management Board. Under the Provincial Management Board, there are different other units, which includes Masisizane, which I believe is of relevance today, hence the video clip that we've played. Around the 15th to the 17th of October, we will also be seeing few of the potential beneficiaries of the funding within the province. Just in case you were wondering, where is the gentleman from, what is happening in the province? And we have continued to work with the Entrepreneurship Summit, with the Entrepreneurship Department of the university here. And we also have an intention of impacting it in the context of inspiring. So we are, as Old Mutual, here to pledge our support and assure you that we will continue to support in every way possible for the university to continue growing and inspiring, because we also believe that if we look after the university, Old Mutual will continue to grow, because Old Mutual is what it is today because of the contribution of the university within the province. So we'd like to also appreciate the work that has been done by the organizing team and all of the stakeholders that made today's event a success. And we are going to be here. Just in those short words, and appreciating the program director's instructions, he was whispering to me saying, I hope your speech is not going to be as tall as you are. So everything else that I have prepared, I was intimidated, given strict instructions to keep it short and brief. And I hope as we continue with the engagements, you will be able to ask your questions, in particular to what Masisizane does and how it can benefit the university at large. So we thank you for listening to us. We are here for you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Dlamini, and also for receiving the instruction positively. I really appreciate that. I was testing him if and to check if my authority still holds, and I realized that it does. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated, that we also have Professor Angelina Yee. But she's not here, she's in Malaysia. I'm going to read a short bio here so that you have an understanding of the person who will be playing her video clip, also under this section of messages of goodwill. As I indicated, that this section, people are talking about being in this together with us, supporting, making sure that entrepreneurship, as it happens at UMP and around, does take course. So Professor Angelina Yee began her career as an auditor and an accountant while she was working in Australia, also in Singapore, in the UK, and in Malaysia. She is currently a professor and director of research and enterprise at the Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation. She is a chartered accountant and has obtained the Asian CPA recognition and was a council member of the CPA of Australia Malaysia division for the years 2013 to 2015. She has also received the SME Icons Award in 2021. She received the Endeavour Executive Fellowship Award from Australia in 2015. She was involved in writing the strategic plan and few policies and review of the National Higher Education Strategic Plan for the Ministry of Higher Education. Dr. Yee's research passions are mainly in the area relating to university industry research, collaborations, including evaluating and managing innovations, in multicultural and multidisciplinary approach on national and regional collaborations, in business technology evaluations, sustainability, as well as accounting and auditing related research areas. She received research grants from Maref Mosti, the Mohe MOE in Australia, and the Australia High Commission and CPA in Australia. And as you would also have seen in the program, she is also a board member of our Center Advisory Board here at the University of Mpumalanga. We are now going to watch the video clip of Professor Yee.
Hi, I'm Professor Dr. Angelina Yee. I'm the Director of Research and Enterprise of Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation in Malaysia. I am also the advisor to SEFRI, University of Mpumalanga in South Africa. Here, I would like to congratulate the success of the Entrepreneurship Summit 2024, which is organized by University of Mpumalanga. Well done, and hereby I will also want to share that University of Mpumalanga is part of the UNIC, which stands for University Incubator Consortium. So UNIC is made up of 18 universities from 8 countries, which include Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, Cambodia, Vietnam, India, South Africa, and Uzbekistan. So UNIC comes together on the half-yearly basis to organize joint activities, which include Ideathon, Hackathon, Demo Day, and as well as the joint conference together. So here, I would like to also emphasize that students and student-founded startups can participate in such activities and events to pitch to venture capitalists and industry for initial seed funding and validation of their idea and market. So during this event, students-founded startups can get advice from industry mentors, gain knowledge on the cultural differences, and regulatory requirements of the different countries. Students can also gain advantage from the networking and the context of the various different startups and industry, including venture capitalists, angel investors, and crowdfunders from these 8 countries. So here, the students can also share in terms of the knowledge from the industries to help them to take their idea to the market, as well as how to accelerate their business in the regional and international level. So I would like to say that the critical success that underpins the successful relationship in unique members are trust, mutual respect, commitment of the university's management, joint funding and sharing of the resources and knowledge between the universities, clear communication, and the same aspiration of the universities to support their student-founded startups ecosystem in their respective countries. Here, I would like to wish and congratulate the success of the Entrepreneurship Summit, which I hope that all the participants from this summit will gain through the inspiration and empowerment to the entrepreneurs, gain from the facilitation of the networking and the collaborations, and hopefully you will also understand the key challenges and opportunities in the entrepreneurial landscape. Hope that you will also gain greater benefits through the networking, through the knowledge that is shared through the universities and the other presenters. So with this, again, congratulations and thank you from Malaysia.
We want to thank Professor Yi for this speech, the goodwill message that she has just presented to us through this video clip. So you can see indeed the relationship that UMP has. And don't forget, we're only 10 years old. So you must keep remembering that. So what we are going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have some entertainment from the UMP choir. We have also realized that because we are talking about UMP, state of the art, this, iconic that, and maybe we must give you a snippet of that. So what we'll do after the choir, we'll play you a short video before we move on to our guest speaker, the main address. So we will do the choir. After that, there will be a short, nice video so that you see what we are talking about when we talk of our UMP. So the choir will come to the stage. It's a slow start choir, but once they start,
bantu besibiza, bayesibiza, bayesibiza, besibiza. Oh, Sani, nizobani UMP. Naba bantu besibiza, mama.
Naba bantu besibiza,
Besibiza, mama.
Naba bantu besibiza,
Besibiza, mama.
bayesibiza, bayesibiza, bayesibiza. Oh, Sani, nizobani UMP.
Besibiza, mama.
Naba bantu besibiza,
Besibiza, mama.
Naba bantu besibiza,
Besibiza, mama.
bayesibiza, bayesibiza, bayesibiza. Oh, Sani, nizobani UMP. Naba bantu besibiza,
Besibiza, mama.
Naba bantu besibiza,
Besibiza, mama.
bayesibiza, bayesibiza, bayesibiza. Oh, Sani, nizobani UMP.
Naba bantu besibiza, mama.
Naba bantu besibiza,
Besibiza, mama.
Naba bantu besibiza,
Besibiza, mama.
bayesibiza, bayesibiza, bayesibiza. Oh, Sani, nizobani UMP. Ngibavile bethetha, ngibavile bebusana, ngibavile bethetha, bebusana nge-UMP. Ngibavile bethetha, ngibavile bebusana, ngibavile bethetha, bebusana nge-UMP. Ngibavile bethetha, ngibavile bebusana, ngibavile bethetha, bebusana nge-UMP. Mababuze ku, mababuze ku, UMP. Mababuze ku, mababuze ku, UMP. Bethetha, bebusana, bethetha, bebusana nge-UMP.
Sisondela, sisondela, guengonyama, sisondela, sisondela, gonyama, sisondela,
Sisondela, sisondela, guengonyama, sisondela, sisondela, guengonyama, sisondela. Sisondela kuengonyama, sisondela, sisondela kuengonyama, sisondela, sisondela kuengonyama, sisondela, sisondela kuengonyama. Sisondela kuengonyama, sisondela, sisondela kuengonyama.
Aibe wantata, aibe wantata, aibe wantata,
Sana
aibe wantata, aibe wantata,
Sana Marina, marena, untekele sana 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 marena.
Chabarunari di emeti no makanjani,
no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, no makanjani, hey no makanjani, hey no makanjani, hey no makanjani. Bapala, awela.
Rineri bapala mutu awela. Rineri bapala mutu awela.
Rineri bapala, awela. Elabala mutu 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 awela.
Atanda besteli kela.
Sunule misiyame.
Ugute makaya.
Ugute makaya.
Atanda besteli kela.
Sunule misiyame.
Ugute makaya.
Ugute makaya.
Atanda besteli kela.
Sunule misiyame.
Ugute makaya.
Ugute makaya.
Yeah, so this was the short video about UMP, which accounts for what the university has done over the past 10 short years up to where we are now. And I also want to thank the choir for the nice rendition that they've just made for us. When we talk of co-curricular activities at UMP, this was the taste of what we do here at home. Our choir, by the way, last year they participated in the Dr. J.S. Khosa choral music competition in Guyana and got position 1 in the standard category. They got position 2 overall, and then they were the best dressed choir. Well, today they didn't put the choir attire. I think they were promoting our other campaign, They Love My Campus. You remember the VC spoke about our campus being beautiful and clean. It's not happening just like manna from heaven. There are strategies and approaches that we use. The t-shirts they are wearing saying Love My Campus, it's one of the campaigns that we have at UMP to promote our campus. So they won there for that, and this year they also got position 1 again, the same competition in the standard category. And they got position 3 in the, well, the standard category has got the prescribed song and your own song, and then they got position 3 in the own song, and then they got position 2 overall. So this choir. Also last year they participated at the Battle of Municipalities competition, which happened in East London, in the Eastern Cape, and they did very, very well in different categories. I think they got position 2 somewhere in the individual, but I can't remember all of that. But they are doing very, very well. We are so impressed with our choir. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you our guest speaker for the day, who will be delivering our main address. We have with us, and we are very much fortunate to have Mr. Vuyani Jahana, who is a seasoned business transformation leader with over 25 years of ICT experience, most of which he spent within the Vodacom Group, where he held various positions, including Group Chief Operating Officer and Chief Executive Officer for Vodacom Business. He is the former CEO of the South African Airways. Mr. Jahana has extensive experience in doing business in the African continent. As a development activist, he always looks at most appropriate ways to apply mobile and digital technologies to address some of the most challenging and stubborn social issues facing the African continent. He is a founder and chief executive officer of Elita Communications, a company with a mission to provide super-fast, affordable broadband to peri-urban and rural communities. He is the chairperson of the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, the ECDC, a lead development agent charged with the responsibility to drive economic growth in that province. He is also the chairperson, as shown in our programs, of the board of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the CSIR, a key research institution driving the country's scientific, industrial, and technology innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, here is our main speaker.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think I was trying to intervene in your reading, but you avoided me completely. First, I must greet you and also greet the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mayegiso, the leadership of the university at large, but I cannot avoid but also single out the DVC Professor Mashudu Dabana Masalasele. I'm singling her out because I've worked with her in the Council for the Walter Sisulu University. So I think I have to be biased. And obviously, Dr. Ibeo from TUT, he is part of the reasons I'm here. So I need to acknowledge him amongst the leadership of the academic community that's gathered here. I also need to give my greetings to the leadership of Old Mutual, SIDA, and the executive team from the Mpumalanga government who are here present today, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests. I greet you all this morning. I am going to speak on the topic of the day on entrepreneurship. It is, of course, a special privilege and an honor to stand before you to share my perspective on this important topic of entrepreneurship. The importance of the seminar held today cannot be overemphasized given the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality engulfing South Africa today. I must therefore commend the university for taking a lead to convene today's dialogue. Whilst many people may feel that there are a lot of conversations about the all-important role of SMEs in the economy, it is clear that we have not yet found the pivot point to scale success of small enterprises in the economy. And therefore, initiatives like this must be commended and encouraged. Things get solved through dialogue and sharing of ideas, and I think today's summit is going to do exactly that. The state of unemployment in the country, especially amongst the youth, is unacceptably high. And unless a solution to the challenge is found, we are likely to see the disintegration of our social fabric, leading to possible social instability. Unless the country and all of us do things dramatically differently, the raging youth unemployment will undermine the gains of democracy. I will give a quote from Nelson Mandela, and it reads as follows: as long as many of our people still live in utter poverty, as long as children live under plastic covers, as long as many of our people are still without jobs, no South African should rest and wallow in the joy of freedom. And I think all of us here today have taken that clarion call to say, we shall not rest and wallow in the joy of freedom. We shall gather today to do something to make sure that everybody in South Africa can enjoy the fruits of freedom in their lifetime. Meeting the demand for jobs will be impossible without the growth and sustainability of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And entrepreneurship is at the center of such intervention. I think the quick question this conference seeks to answer is how to ensure that growth and stability of these micro enterprises happens, and happens very fast. The theme of the summit, building a sustainable entrepreneurship ecosystem, already gives a clear direction on how we as a country should respond to this question. To take entrepreneurship work, we must understand, to make entrepreneurship work, we must understand the anatomy, the physiology, as well as the psychology of entrepreneurship ecosystem. I talk about anatomy because I'm talking about the structure in which all the elements of the ecosystem fit together. The anatomy in my world, and many of these elements have been well researched, and we are in an academic institution today, are the key building blocks of the entrepreneurship ecosystems are human capital, which is skill, that is the production proficiency, the skill to do what you ought to do in business. Social capital, networks that gives you the ability to pull through resources and actually be able to influence direction in terms of your product and services. Financial capital, Sida spoke about raising capital, blended finance is some of the key topics that are at the top of the agenda today. The culture of entrepreneurship, promoting more focus on entrepreneurship than just job seeking. So when our own children come to university and the university also infuses the culture of business, it creates the possibility for people to innovate and leave the university not only as job seekers, but also as creators of employment for others, but also for their own self-sustainability. Infrastructure and policy frameworks. It is a well-known fact that government and all the key stakeholders are seized with the physiology, how each of these elements work. So how do we deal with infrastructure, how do we deal with policy? Government talks about removing red tape, very, very focused on this, trying to figure out what is it that we can do to make sure that South Africa ranks high on ease of doing business by global standard, but also helping SMEs succeed. So that's what I call the physiology, how each unit works. We need to understand our performance levels in each of these critical enablers, which form the ecosystem, by sector and by subsector. Once we understand where our dials are in each of these elements, we will gain some insights of what we can do to shift the gear, and even at the most elementary level. When I talk about this, I want to give an example, because I think the panels, the summit is going to be discussing detail. Let me give an example in the sector that I understand better, the telecommunications sector. I want to talk about two elements of the ecosystem, policy and infrastructure. What we ought to do to make sure that we can accelerate. And we all understand that digitization is permeating every aspect of every day's life from South Africa and global perspective. Internet to humans has become what oxygen is to plants. Internet is a new form of oxygen, whether you live in urban or rural areas, rich and poor. To facilitate your work as a citizen, you have to have access to digital services. This creates opportunities for business. And also entrepreneurs, especially startups, because the network levels are not as pervasive to be able to meet the demands of a digitizing society. So South Africa comes from a very mobile-first kind of digitization perspective from infrastructure. Now, you have to make sure that the young people in the villages have access to the internet to be able to join the university in cases where they cannot be here presently. Now, the gap, therefore, is huge in that quality broadband is in short supply in most communities, but also the cost of that broadband is quite high from an affordability point of view. But when I talk then about what then do we need to do to create possibilities for small village level internet service providers who can actually tackle a village of 1,000 homes and provide internet at good quality, we need broadband infrastructure at scale, the network capillarity in every village, in every town to actually to be there. That's the infrastructure part. So the point I raise, Prof, is there is an opportunity for entrepreneurship to meet the unmet demand. But the infrastructure is lagging behind to enable every young person in each village to actually provide an internet service to communities cost effectively and efficiently. Therefore, you have to have the big capex budget to pull the internet from Mbombela right to the far-flung rural areas of Mpumalanga. So this is where the gap around enabling entrepreneurship at an infrastructure level becomes super important. I'm using just one sector as an example. And these are the practical conversations that we need to have. It's okay to deal with this thing at a generic level, but I think where we are, we must be a lot more forensic and a lot more granular about what we need to do in each sector, whether it's ICT, digital, or tourism. If I look at the policy framework, again, in that regard, the licensing policy posture of government doesn't prioritize SMEs. So at the moment. Now, if you build infrastructure, network capillarity wider, you prioritize spectrum allocation for SMEs, then you're all of a sudden a young startup. This country will be full of startup in digitization, and they're part of the ecosystem. So we have to continue to find solutions, but we can't continue to grope in the dark when there's light. I think it's important to be forensic and diagnose what is it, where are we in each subsector, what is it that we need to do to actually move the needle, what more can be done differently? And I think a lot of good work is being done, albeit at a broad generic level. Access to finance, coaching, mentorship, all those things are important. But I think to move the needle, we have to dig a little bit deeper at the industry vertical and understand what goes wrong there in all the 6 elements that I've highlighted and be able to prescribe solution. I think I've given an example. You could do the same thing with tourism, go deeper, beyond just people have no access to finance, there's no skills, all of that. But I think we need to be a lot more forensic as professionals to actually unlock this. Let me then talk about the psychology of the ecosystem. I spoke about the anatomy. What are the key elements of the entrepreneurship ecosystem? I spoke about the physiology. How are we performing in each of the elements of it? Whether it's lending, finance, Sifa talks about this, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's policy, you name them. And whether there's the skills element. I'm talking about the psychology, the dominant logic. How should these elements work together to actually give us momentum? And this is what makes the involvement of the academic institutions such as the University of Mpumalanga in the work of building sustainably entrepreneurship ecosystem super important, because we're starting to delve into a much more research-based approach, to a scientific approach to actually to prescribe the interventions. We need to understand the totality of the drivers for successful enterprises. What proportion of those drivers exist today? How they perform? How are they performing today? And what we might be missing altogether. And this is the diagnostics that we need to take as professionals to move forward. We need to develop a better understanding of what levers we can invoke that will have a pull-through effect on small businesses and startups. South Africa is a country full of contradictions in the sense that we have acres of land that are arable. We have able-bodied men and women on the one side, but we have hunger, starvation on the other, and unemployment. You have a healthcare system that needs to be much more expanded to cover everybody, but also it needs to improve so that you can deliver better healthcare. On the other hand, we have unemployed nurses, we have employed doctors, and this is why I talk about contradiction. Same with education. There's a demand for services. There's abundant resources, human resources on the other side, but the two things can't meet. And our own thought generally is to default to government and say, government must employ all these people to deliver the services. I don't think that's going to happen to actually move the needle forward. I think what is needed are business and commercial models that enable the matchmaking between what the market needs and what the resources and the supply is. And this is not theory. I will make a very practical example. I come from the Eastern Cape, the rural farmers, their extension services are there, but a lot more communities need the extension services. Agricultural colleges are producing veterinary technicians. They remain unemployed. On the other side, there are communities who are buying medicine for animals. Some of them are buying medicine not knowing exactly what is the next thing you must buy. The drugs, the animals develop resistance to the treatment because you are using the same dose all the time. So there's mutation of the resilience of worms. You're not responding to the vaccine because you're not treating properly because you don't have the knowledge as a farmer, rural farmer. It's not a case of saying people don't want to pay. They pay for meds, but they probably are buying the same thing in a different brand all the time. Now, here is an opportunity where the veterinary technicians that are leaving the college could be corporatized into an entity of their own small businesses. That's entrepreneurship. This is the level of detail I believe we should get into, and we enable them to support. They don't need to be employed by government. Yes, if government employs them, that's great. But there is a market that is prepared to pay for their services because they are paying today without getting the results. So there is something missing, therefore, in how we mobilize the entrepreneurship ecosystem. I think too much time, VC, correctly so, we spend on domain expertise, accounting, doing the books, registering, all of that. It's okay, let's do that. But I think how we mobilize the overall ecosystem, I talk about the psychology. Where are the opportunities? What business and commercial models must we put together so that the entrepreneurs can come and actually operate in those models? And this is how I see the impact of a gathering like this, probing how to make the ecosystem work. Yes, you have to make sure each element of the ecosystem is endowed with resources, there are people who are specialized to actually train. But to mobilize the ecosystem, to create opportunities for entrepreneurs, we have to do a little bit more than that. I think the digital platforms that we have today creates the possibility where you are, let me use the veterinary services example for which I used. All you need to do is to create a horizontal platform with a multi-tenants for veterinary practice system, where many of the young people can come on top of that and have their own systems. But somebody has to handhold on the commercial side and do the full technical assistant program on an end-to-end basis. Now these are the things that I feel are very important to move the needle. Scalable business models, I call it platform-based job creation models, that we can actually launch and make sure that many individual enterprise startups and entrepreneurs can sit on a horizontal platform on a multi-tenanted basis so that they have access to market, but also you have traceability to be able to provide funding from different kind of financial providers. So I thought, Program Director, let me emphasize this, because this is my thesis, to say we can continue talking about broadly all these things, but until we wrap it up in a manner that says we have created these platforms, we have created these possibilities to actually mobilize the ecosystem, we're always going to come short. I do not believe that we should only focus on what I call breakthrough ideas, blue sky only. Yes, there's a room for that, but they're going to be too few to deal with the challenges we face today. We have demand for services in South Africa and an unmet demand. And the structure of the economy is so concentrated that we have to find models where we can create spaces for SMEs on a sustainable basis. I know that the Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency is working with government around state procurement, how you aggregate supply to hospitals and government food program, so that the startups and the small businesses can actually supply. There you're going to meet the challenge, unless you have an aggregator, the challenge of food traceability, the GAP program, all of that. So that's why the platform-based kind of approach becomes important, so that somebody can actually make sure that all these startups and entrepreneurs can actually successfully supply services to government, and in a manner that is within the law, is within this right health standard. I guess the point I'm making is there are no shortcuts on this. We have to do the yards, but most importantly, business model innovation becomes super important to actually launch large-scale intervention at the entrepreneurship level, more than seeking blue sky ideas that may be a few in between. We have a crisis of joblessness. You can't soak it by only looking for bespoke innovative ideas, bright ideas, Silicon Valley type of ideas. I think we have enough demand for services that are not met in South Africa. What we're missing are business and commercial model. I am not understating the need for skill. I take that as given. But I'm saying we need to ratchet up a bit and look at ecosystem approach. Well, I think I do need, as I go to closing, to talk a little bit about the trends that we see. One of the things that we have to look at is around policy, for example. If you look at policy, I have been amazed for the past 5 years when I look at the state procurement program. Things that stand out for me is they will say, we are buying this thing, but as a company, give us 10 letters of reference that your company has done this. You're discriminating against startups, day one. Youth will never. Where do they get the 10 letters of reference? And these things are scoring high, so we have to be that forensic. We can't be floating if we want to intervene at scale. Yet, there's a role to prove that you have done the thing. And I'm not suggesting open the gates and get somebody with no experience, but young people would have worked somewhere. They would have worked for a big corporate before. Why is it that you don't ask for either of the two? 10 references that you have done the work before, or in your CV prove that you have worked for a company that did this. So then you are creating equity in this. But everybody, the state has to pull through SMEs in its procurement program. It's the biggest procurer of services. But if startups, you exclude them from just the policy perspective, how officials procure, you doing gatekeeping, all the work that we are doing will not be successful. State has to be the pull-through effect for entrepreneurship in this country because they are buying services. So, but as professionals, we have to be forensic to look at all those roadblocks, the barriers to success of this. Let me then close, Program Director, by just talking to you about the trends that we see. And I must say, I chair the board of the CSR, but I'm not speaking for CSIR today. But I must qualify, I chair the board of the CSIR. One of the trends some of the trends we're seeing is increased attention to the provision of end-to-end technical assistance program in the SME domain or to support entrepreneurship. There's a lot more of technical assistance talk. One of the key things, therefore, that becomes important is how that gets delivered. I am not sure if a state entity on its own is endowed with all the skills to provide technical assistance. At the same time, I am not sure that if you use a rigid procurement program of the state, you are going to have the flexibility to harness the ecosystem. I think one of the key things that needs to be looked at, including by the center, is how do you build an ecosystem of partners with clear industry vertical expertise who can actually, working with you, be able to execute in tourism end-to-end. So in ICT and digital, in different verticals, but at your back and call, because therefore you're bringing in not just skill for an individual mentor, you're bringing an organization where there's an NGO who can actually do these things at an end-to-end comprehensively. We're seeing trends towards smart manufacturing. So at CSIR, if you have access to CSIR, you are visiting them. They are strong on robotics. So we're starting to see robots for small-scale manufacturing. So which means SMEs in manufacturing can start being much more efficient. They can start doing things. That technology, CSR is at the cutting edge of it, looking at partnership and also making sure how we actually drive that into the market. One of the things that we have spoken about as a board is to say the fruits of science must fall in the hands of the ordinary people. CSR is very strong in the scientific, industrial innovation. They've done great things, especially during COVID, they made big interventions. But we are saying, let's translate a lot of this to actually be scalable. We talk about grassroots innovation, which means that for the work that we are going to do today, looking at how to make entrepreneurship work, if we support it with an institution that can actually drive the innovation like CSR and many others, by the way. So we should be able to see success. We see a lot of trend around smart manufacturing, digital platforms to create ecosystem for SMEs, business model innovation using digitization. We see that as big trends. The whole area of blended finance aimed at pulling through or crowding in risk-averse private capital to actually broaden access to market, to finance by the SMEs. That's what we see. It's not about just handouts, we're going to give you a grant. It's about how do you crowd in private capital. So if you spend R1, are you able to make sure you attract 5 more rands from private sector because you are de-risking the model, so the business itself. So, Prof, those are kind of my quick perspectives on this. If I may underscore, whilst it's good to understand the elements of the ecosystem, it's important to diagnose each element in the ecosystem, whether it's policy, whether it's human resource skill, where are we? So I see them as almost dials, and access to finance. But most importantly, we have to spend time looking for innovative business and commercial models to pull things together, to make sure that the supply and the resources on the left hand, on the supply side, are able to deliver products that are going to address the demand side. We have to address the contradictions. If we were saying, well, South Africa is flush with food, there's no hunger, there's no imports, we would have a very difficult problem to solve. Actually, we have the market, we have access to market, we have the human resource. They may not be at the top of the scale because we need to develop them. But it's a lot more easier task to do. I'm not saying it's simple, but it's unlike when you have no market. We have the market. What we need is to go beyond the traditional approach on SME support, entrepreneurship, to really look at what business and commercial models can we put together. We can't look to government to employ, but actually there are people who are prepared to buy the services. But what do? They buy food. They will buy food from the big conglomerates because the local guys cannot supply. Professions of skill, but also sight of the market is not that clear. So I think this is the call I'm making for today, to say, beyond the ordinary stuff, there's urgency to act, there's a market demand to address, but there's a supply side capability which we must continue to improve. But what's missing is the commercial model. Who pays? How do we pay? How do you access the market? What's the price point? How do you deliver this? This is the piece I'm missing in South Africa today at scale. Thank you very much. Apologies, I took a bit longer than I should have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chachana. Actually, you were on point. Time-wise, content-wise, voice-wise. In other words, I'm saying we're able to hear what you are saying very much clearly. And I think the focus on the ecosystem approach is very, very important, because it's not like touching there, touching here, leave there, and whatever. And you expect people to do things, but the road is not clear. They don't know the route which to take. When they start to take the route, there are a lot of hurdles along the way, and we have not prepared them how to jump those hurdles. So, but the ecosystems approach that you're talking about says, let's get everything in place and get people ready. If you say, okay, I'm giving you this 10 rand, this is what you do, you know the person will do it because the playing field is leveled. That's how I understood what you are saying, and I think it's a perfect message as we'll prepare for the different engagements after break. So that will be very much welcomed, and I really appreciate this speech. You touched my heart. And when you was talking about issues of red tape, you remember in 2019 when the issue of COVID started in China, in Wuhan. Remember, towards the end of the year, they had to build a hospital within 2 weeks. You remember that one? Do you remember we had COVID at some time? It's like you're saying, what is he talking about? You're forgetting about it. Yes, so they were able to do that. If you look at the procurement processes there wasn't any of those red tapes. For you to build a hospital, I think it was 1,500 or so beds, the capacity of the hospital in 2 weeks. If it was here at home, we'd still be discussing about it now. People are dead already. So yeah, the ecosystem approach deals with all those things, like let's put the systems in place. Once again, thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on time in terms of our program. Now we have to take a 15 minutes break, and then we will be back for our panel discussions after the break. See you in 15 minutes time, on the dot. take your seats. If you're outside, walk inside. We have to start, ladies and gentlemen. If you are outside, do come inside. Once you're inside, you take your seat. I could see that there was this song that was being played there, tiki, whatever, and it was competing with me here. People didn't want to come inside. And I requested one colleague to go and tell people to come and tell the band to stop. He went, he started dancing. Okay, thanks so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are back now for the first panel discussion that we are going to have today. So what we are going to do, we have got panelists there who will be taking part in this discussion. But there is a moderator, Ms. Confidence Ndlovu, who is the Business Development Manager at the University of Mpumalanga Center for Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator. She will be taking care of the panel discussion. So I'm going to request her to come to the front, and then she will introduce to us her panelists and take it from there. I will see you in almost 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon. As introduced by the program director, my name is Confidence Ndlovu. I am a business development manager at the UMP Center of Entrepreneurship. Thank you, program director, for the opportunity. And thank you for facilitating this program so well. I think you should open a school for, program directing. Maybe perhaps leave a legacy for us here at UMP when you decide to go, because you always do it so well. I'd like to first acknowledge the Vice Chancellor for this opportunity and her support. She's been an anchor at the center, and not just the center, I mean the university as a whole. We really appreciate, Vice Chancellor, your support. It goes a long way. I mean, we can see the results of her support. And also, the support from the Menko as well, because she does not work alone. So we really appreciate that support. And, DVC, thank you again for also taking our invite and being part of this program. We really appreciate you. Our panel. Oh, today is such a very important day for me because I do believe as a business development manager at the center, I play a role, especially in our student entrepreneurs, the alumni, and also community SMMEs that are registered at the center. They look up to us to render programs like this where they can learn, and we bring out industry experts, entrepreneurs. So we have such a strong panel today. I'd like to start call upon the first panelist. We have Mr. Billy Bokako, the Senior Manager Incubation from CEDA. Thank you. You may sit anywhere. The second panelist is Ms. Lebogang Dludlu, the director of Nkanyezi Group. I'm sure you can see the caliber of these panelists, you know, or here. Prof. Ferdinand Nimbanira, a senior lecturer and a professor in the Faculty of Economics, Development and Business Sciences. I thought you were going to say this. He's one of us. He's also faculty advisor for Inectus University of Mpumalanga. And our last panelist is Ms. Zuzana Bernard. She is a CEO of Zuzana Wellness. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time, taking your time from your busy schedules. I mean, CEOs don't have time. So the theme of today's discussion is navigating the journey. We saw it important that we have this conversation about startups and small businesses, from seed funding to growth and expansion. I really liked what the keynote speaker, Mr. Jarana, stated. He underscored in his presentation that there's a critical role entrepreneurship plays in tackling critical South African challenges such as high unemployment and economic inequality. And he pointed out that, you know, these challenges can be addressed through dialogues and exchange of ideas. I think this is one of its kind. So we're already responding to, you know, the keynote address today. That is very important, and I think we must all, you know, give an applause to the keynote speaker, Mr. Jarana. Thank you so much. So just to give an overview, the panel discussion today will focus on critical stages of entrepreneurship journey. We will be looking at securing the initial seed funding to managing growth and expansion. We saw it important that we also feature insights from experienced entrepreneurs here, investors, you know, and also business advisors who will be helping us to highlight the best practices, common pitfall, and strategies for success. So we want to discuss today the challenges and opportunities in securing the seed funding. We also want to explore the strategies for sustainable growth and successful expansion. We want to also share the real-world experiences and lessons learned from entrepreneurs and investors. And lastly, provide actionable insights for aspiring and current entrepreneurs, whom I believe they are here today. So to start or to open this discussion, I'd just like each of our panelists, you know, to share with us their perspective and experience related to the seed funding, growth, and expansion. Just to quickly or briefly, you know, give us summary. Over to you, Prof. Ferdinand Nimbanira.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, or I think it's an afternoon. Maybe I would like to start with the debate surrounding entrepreneurship, if the entrepreneurs are being born or made. It's ongoing debate, but I do believe in this space where we are at UMP, whatever we do, it's look like on the debate we are on the side of the entrepreneurs are made, because we assist the student to transit from being full-time student to be full-time entrepreneurs. And to me, that is showing where we stand with the debate. Obviously, not to say that we ignore those who are born with that kind of characteristic of an entrepreneur. But in terms of starting a business, I would say it's not an easy journey. But if you look, the benefits are very enormous. It's very rewarding. There are three reasons why, what I believe, why entrepreneurs or why one start a business. Number one, it's passion. You need to have that passion because without that you may not be involved. The second one would be freedom. It may be freedom, financial freedom. It may be freedom to have your own time, though sometimes they work more than those who are full-time employed. The third one is a complaint. I believe when you have a complaint, it may push you to be more innovative. For example, if you know how to make a good coffee, but you go to the coffee shop, they give you a coffee which you're not really satisfied with it. It will push you to say, I can do better than this, and that will make probably you start a business. During the journey, I would say you need to link your vision with innovation. Obviously, your innovation with practicality, and on top of that, you need to take some calculated risks. Maybe if I may stop there, I'm not sure if I, otherwise I won't stop.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. I want to give now Ms. Susanna the opportunity, to give her own perspective and experience related to the seed funding. Over to you, Ms. Susanna.
Thank you, Confidence. Yeah, I want to start by using a story example of Jeff Bezos that had a simple idea, and that was to create a bookstore online. Working from his garage in Seattle, he launched what is today known as Amazon.com, initially offering just a selection of books. His vision was to build a platform where customers could buy books from the comfort of their home. A novel concept at the idea at the time. From there, the business has grown and exploded into a technology powerhouse, and the rest is history, as you probably all know. This business idea started as a great idea over a cup of coffee, and so many great ideas start as over a cup of coffee or a glass of wine with friends or family. That is how a lot of these dreams start, because it starts from a point of passion. To start your journey, you need to secure seed funding, which is crucial to take your business from an idea to an actual business. Seed funding can come from various sources. I mean, you can have personal savings, your family, your friends, or you could have venture capital. There's a couple of sources. The key thing, in my opinion, is to have a business plan. It's almost sometimes dangerous to have funding, because funding makes you spend without a conscience, where sometimes I think it's better not to have money or too much money. Of course, you need some money to get going, but if you have too much money, you don't carefully think about what you're doing. So it is important to have a business plan so that you spend against your plan. You have got a vision, you've got an end in mind of where you are going. Because, in particular, if you are going to borrow money, because remember, payback time comes much sooner than you realize. Before you know it, payback time is there. And borrowing money is as dangerous. To secure your funding, you need a solid platform. You need to know where you're going. As an entrepreneur, it's wonderful to have great ideas, but the day comes that you need to action and you need to do, and then no more dreams is going to make you go there. You really need to have a strong plan to move you towards that. In my opinion, feedback from your family and friends, particularly early days, as support from them, is fundamentally important. Their suggestions, their feedback, their criticism, doesn't matter really what. Those all shape the future for you and where you are going. And that support structure, in my personal opinion, for an entrepreneur is very, very important. And I think you must leverage off those. I think maybe because I'm a technologist, but for me, technology is the foundation of where you're going. As an entrepreneur, you are a jack of all trades. You don't have the luxury of a team full of people like if you are working for a big corporate company. You are the buyer, you are the delivery boy, you are the cook, the cleaner, you are the everything. And you do not have the luxury of employing people because that costs money. So you are everything. And the only way you can leverage your abilities is by technology. There's amazing amount of technology available. I mean, a few examples, things that is my key thing is my finance system is Xero. I cannot live without Xero. It is a brilliant system. There's many available. I'm just giving some examples. My online shop runs on Shopify. I mean, it's easy to navigate for people like that doesn't have huge amount of technical skills, but going online is very important, depending, of course, on your product, but most companies can do with an online shop. Bobco is my delivery system. Everything needs to be delivered these days, particularly if you're working with commodities. You have to have a delivery system. Canva is my designer. I love Canva. Cannot live without Canva. For 129 Rand a month, that's an amazing designer. Payback, Yoko is my payment options. And then, of course, Strength Micro is what I use as a cybersecurity software. If you use technology, you need security software to protect yourself against hacks and cyber threats. As your business grows, you will unfortunately have millions of challenges. Just as you think you are there, you're going to go down. And just as you think you are there, you're going to go down. If you do not have the resilience to sustain that, you will not make it as an entrepreneur. There is no space for mediocre people. There is no space for average. You have to be the absolute best in what you are delivering. Without those, you will not make it.
Thank you. Oh, that was mouthful. What I'm picking up from both of the speakers is that when you want to start a business, you need to be a visionary. You need to know where you're going. So for seeking funding wise, I'm thinking our student entrepreneurs here already know that right now, if they're going to start, they need to have a vision board, to determine where they want to see themselves in the nearest future, especially when it comes to upscaling and also expansion of their businesses. Let me give this opportunity to Mr. Bokako. Can you please also share your perspective and experience relating to the seed funding?
Okay, thanks, Confidence. I just first want to check, do we have any entrepreneurs around? Just by show of hands? Okay, all right, thank you. I think we have a tendency of talking to one another as practitioners. Just wanted to make sure that, so I think in terms of my experience in this space, I started off my career in this space with the CSRR. There was a division or a unit called Enterprise Creation for Development, and we focused mostly on commercialization of technology, right? And then worked on certain opportunities, in different provinces. But what I want to bring with this is the difference in the different spaces I've worked in, right? Because with the CSRR, that's where you see what Mr. Jahana was talking about before it even became a buzzword, the ecosystem facilitation, right? How we take opportunities from, grassroots to the next level, just by leveraging on, other opportunities that exist within the mandates, within the ecosystem that we operate in. For instance, one of our, at the time, we would go into, TIA would fund the research and the commercialization strategy, feasibility studies, which would then go to your IDCs, right? And sometimes your PIC, depending on what the opportunity was. And what I found, as complicated as that funding model would sound, once I got to program management level, which was at the Climate Innovation Center, we saw that if you look at the incubation value chain, for example, early on, this is where you struggle to raise funds. This is where you as an entrepreneur, you would mostly rely on friends and family, because nobody wants to necessarily fund an opportunity early on because of the risks that are involved for the funder. But what we've also found with that is that there are some mechanisms also around looking around some of the people within the ecosystem For instance, whilst I was there, we started what we called startup support program, which was, just 50,000 because it's a technology business incubator that helps you at least get your prototype, right, close to MVP, right? And because of that, you then move to your place like Cedar, where I'm no longer just, necessarily involved, but I have an understanding and appreciation of what Prof. Kanayo and Melody are doing at the center, right? So I think the perspective around, the different phases of funding really also depends on the phase where the entrepreneur is, and understanding that early on, it's going to be quite difficult. We might have to call on friends and family, we might have to look around, but then also with government funded programs, we've also seen that certain centers would go and create these funding mechanisms within, right? Instead of going out and having a wholesale funding instrument, but they will have just this much, just to keep, especially the early, the early on, before they can even go to Series A or even go to scale-up funding, just to get them out of the danger zone. Thanks.
No, thank you. I think that's very important, to speak about these different funding models, because, like you said, there's quite a lot of work that is being done as well in the institution, especially within the center, and looking at the different funding models. We're also starting the student entrepreneurs from scratch, and it is a risk to just, even though we have some pool of funding from different organizations such as CEDA, it's so difficult to just, throw in, because you're thinking of the risk. But I think that is why we're here, to sort of seek solutions, to find ways in which we can groom these businesses to ensure that even at the early stage, the risks are there, but we see, we do the feasibility studies that you mentioned, and if we see an opportunity, work through it. I think I'll give to our CEO, Ms. Lebogang Dludlu, to give also her perspective on this matter.
Thank you so much, Confidence. When I started my business 2019, it was predominantly to just look to add extra income in the household. So when I started my business, the only capital that we had, it was my salary and my husband's salary. So we needed that money to start the business. But fast forward 2020 during COVID, after we've built everything, and then we didn't have more money to put in chicks, because I'm a poultry farmer, to those that don't know. So when we wanted money for feed and chicken feed, we didn't have money. And then what we saw, I think it was Minister Togo Titiza, it was played on TV that they're giving COVID relief fund for entrepreneurs. But she mentioned it before it even started. So there was points that you needed to comply with. So that's when we started with the, seeking for funding, because I'm a beneficiary of getting funds left, right, and center. And the trick to that is compliance. As much as you can cry and say, I need money for this, but if you don't comply, unfortunately, you will not get it. So when she said that by the 23rd of May, we're going to open for applications, and then they had a list of things that we needed to, in order to comply, I had to make sure that I have my SARS, my tax PIN, my business account was there, everything was up to date. So that for me has really helped me the 5 years in the business, that you must make sure that you comply for your business to get any fund from anyone, whether it's family, it's government, it's banks. That is the only CV that you get to present to anyone to know about your business. So for me, that's the experience. And so far, I've been getting funds. Even tomorrow, I'm pitching to, ITC, yes, just for working capital to increase my production. So I'm also ready for it, because I know I comply and I know my business. So it's very important to understand your business and what is it that you need on that business. Don't just seek for funding just because somebody is saying our maximum is 15 million, you just apply for 15 million. You're not ready for 15 million. So also, do a self-introspection on your business to check how much do you really need for you to apply for that particular funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think you mentioned something very important, that compliance. Most of our student businesses do not start, because once you mention all of these documents, SARS, all of these compliance documents, cause that restriction, and students will always say, but my business is just starting. Yes, it's just starting, but it has to be registered for you to get funding. You need business banking account, So I think that is very important, and maybe perhaps, Mr. Bokako, you can give us what are the most critical factors investors look for when considering seed funding startup.
Thanks, Confidence. I think we all are aware of the term investment readiness, right? And we tend to look at investment readiness only towards scale-up, Series A funding, but investment readiness really starts from right at the beginning, right? And there's certain checks and balances throughout your growth of the businesses that you have to basically look at, right? Always refining your business model. Investors would want a sound business model, right? They want a clear growth strategy because nobody wants to put money in a stagnating business. So even your projections, once you present them, they need to make sense, right? You need to have an understanding of where your business is and where it is going, and your investor will want to know that because they want to know when they will get their money back, right? A unique value proposition. What is it that you're bringing that somebody else is not doing, right? We could all be making acha, but what is so special about my acha? And and that speaks to your investment readiness. And obviously the type of capacity that you have, we mostly, when we start businesses, we are one-man shows, right? Do I have the capacity to take this business further, or do I need a team? And those are the most important things that funders will look at. But I also wanted to touch at the difference between government and private funding, right? Government funding, mostly some of the matrices that they would use are those of developmental things, like they would look at your job creation potential, your socio-economics, whereas with the private funders, it is more rigorous. It's about your financial viability, your numbers, how quickly am I going to get a return out of the investment that I'm putting in here, right? So also the appetite of the investment picks up the more you refine some of these things, the more investment ready you are, right? The more you're able to attract that investment.
Thank you, Mr. Bokako. I think you mentioned also a business canvas there, and when you're speaking about value proposition, you sort of refreshed my mind. The past 2 weeks we've been running graduate employment and entrepreneurship workshops for our postgraduate students. The moment you put that thing on screen, you shock everyone. Students sort of, most of them do not understand the business terms there, So I think you sort of explain that these things are important. You give that motivation to the room and the entrepreneurs in this room to not shy away from business model. Look at business model, use business model to measure the development of their businesses. I think I'll go to Ms. Lulu here. I want to find out from you, how can startups balance rapid growth with maintaining the quality and customer satisfaction? I think this is something you've done very well, hence the fast growth of Nkanyezi Group. So, yeah, thank you.
I think as you grow and as you advance from being a small scale, I'm going to talk about small scale lingo because it's in the farming sector. So there's small scale, there's a commercial, and yeah. So as you grow from that small scale to a higher level, you're getting more clients, obviously. You must also have your values. So that will always remind you of why you started your business. And if one of your values is quality or excellency, you must maintain that no matter how much you're getting these clients. It's very sad for, when as you're growing, you're getting all these clients and, and then you end up taking everyone and then you don't deliver. So that on its own, it puts you on a red or black mark. So whatever you do as you grow, make sure that as you approach these clients, you are able to deliver what you promised. That's very important because if you don't, then you are blacklisted. And the second one, you then compromise with your quality because now you're rushing for the money. So money will always come, and as long as you are consistent with your business, and as you grow, you need more people. So invest in training your employees or the team that are coming, and also make sure that you get the professions to be part of your team. For an example, an accountant, you cannot say you don't have an accountant and yet you are growing. You need to do your record keeping, you need to do your balance sheet to check if you're making a profit or you're not making a profit. That also assists you to know that when is your ROI if you go to an investor in order to grow. So if you don't take time to get those things in check, then it means that you won't even know when an ROI is going to be for your company. You know, you might even know that at year 3, I'll start making profit from this investment. So it's very important that you also listen to customer feedback, because remember, now you are growing, and you know there's this edge of trying new other business, because when you're in the business, you're thinking, oh, instead of selling just frozen chicken, why don't I do Brypex? Can you only to find that it's not working for you? So it's also important that you go back to your new clients or clients, just check if are you still happy with the product, where can I improve? That will also help you to improve on your business. And manage your customers' expectations. If you are late due to maybe transportation, talk to them. Do not wait for a client to be calling you, and then, you know, word of mouth is very bad. And once you start doing those things, they'll post on social media, they'll start saying, this one is always promising us to deliver, but when it's time to deliver, they don't, and you are tainting your business in that way. So really, it's very important that you always sit back, and as much as you're growing, but sit back and have time to reflect on your growth and where you are short for. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lulu. Ms. Susanna, whilst we're on the topic of growth and expansion, when is the right time to expand? How can entrepreneurs determine, you know, if it's the right time to expand the business?
Interesting question, Confidence. Yeah, maybe start by telling my story. So I own a jam making company. I started very humbly in my own kitchen with just my stove and myself, and not really a lot of money. And we started making jam. I would make jam at night. At the time, I still had a full-time job. And then I would take my beer box full of jam to the office and sell it at the office. And that way is what my business has started. It started from a point of passion for health, because my jam is not just jam, it is sugar-free jam. And I'm very excited that very recently we've gone into a big partnership with a much larger company where we will be making a lot of jam for them. Now, all exciting, it's very stunning, it's really brilliant, but you must understand that it brings its own challenges, because now going from maybe doing a 50 units of jam in a day, I need to maybe deliver something like 500 a day, or even 1,000 a day, or ultimately probably something like 5,000 in a week. So that brings its own challenges. As exciting as it is at the same time, it is so scary, because how do I get there? It needs a capital investment, obviously, because no longer can I now just have 2 or 3 people working for me. It will require many more. It probably needs machinery, equipment, and a couple of other things which will need funding and money. And where do I get that from? Yes, and that I think that is the challenge. So the way that that I have approached it is I've put together a proper budget and said that this is where I want to be and this is my budget. And because expenses can run away with you straight away, immediately you think, well, you know, I need this, I need that, because I'm going to have this big business. But at the end of the day, to manage your expenses is critical in this process, from my personal experience, because that can kill you. Cash is king at the end of the day. If you do not have working capital, you do not have a business. You need working capital, and therefore your cash is extremely important to be able to manage. And so what we have decided to do is to, first of all, manage our cash very carefully. Secondly, we have got a small amount of capital available, and we got from a loan, and we have decided to invest that into an industrial dishwasher, which will not just streamline my process, but really make the ultimate product very good. If any of you know, jam making require a bottle of jam that needs to be very clean before it gets a label on and it lands on the shelf where you guys are buying it. And lastly, as you know, and I've told you before, I'm running my business end to end with technology, of course, but I have decided to call in the professionals, and one of my burning points, and it's the space I like the least, even though I don't have a choice, is managing my finances. So I've decided to employ the services of a finance manager to oversee my business, as I think that is the most critical point of my business. So as an entrepreneur, one is focused by many challenges, and your differentiator in success is really how you deal with it, because it's never going to go away. You will always have challenges. Today it's just how do I grow, how do I get bigger. Once that is gone, I'll have another challenge, and I think your resilience in terms of bouncing back and dealing with it is extremely important.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Susanna. I think we are wrapping up. You know, time is not on our side. As we wrap up, I'd like Prof. Ferdinand, you know, how can startups and small businesses position themselves to take advantage of the trends? What are those trends also in the ecosystem that you see coming up?
Thank you very much, Confidence. Maybe to answer that question very well, one need to look at the strategy an entrepreneur needed to have in terms of expanding their business. If you talk about a trend, obviously an entrepreneur need to do research to understand what is happening in the area or in the market. But I would say the first strategy, you need to be more competitive, because if you don't understand those who are you are competing with, it's gonna be difficult for you to somehow make it the way you want. As Suzanne said now, differentiation, we need to understand that is a key to get that competitive advantage. And if you don't have a competitive advantage, create one, because you are an entrepreneur, you are an innovator. Secondly, most of the time we say entrepreneurs are profit maximizers, but I would say let's not focus on maximizing profit as entrepreneurs. Let's actually focus on keeping our customers, because I think previously one of the panelists mentioned as keeping your customer or retaining them, it will help you to gain a new one. And it's easy to keep your existing customers more than getting a new one. And we shouldn't undermine the word of mouth, because existing customer will bring more. And that is linked with the customer care you provide. Thirdly, I would like to say the money management, which she just mentioned now. In this case, you need to be able to differentiate the net profit and gross profit, because to some extent, if you don't manage your expenses, as it was said by the colleague here, obviously you will run financial problems. Maybe last point I would like to mention is you need always to try to be the best in a sense, working hard, working fast, and be ready to learn, because I do believe entrepreneurs each and every day they have a new thing to learn, especially in this era of advanced technology or AI. So in terms of trends, if you're not really aware of what is happening, it's difficult even to attract the new customer to your business. So that's what maybe I would share. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think my key takeaway there is that AI is the new trend now, and we need to take advantage of it. And we've seen some of our students trying to do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this marks the end of this discussion. I think I'd like to thank my panelists for being here. It was such a wonderful time hearing from you. What are your ideas? And I think, you know, by bringing together these diverse panelists, we were able to, I hope we were able to inspire our attendees, especially our student entrepreneurs, because the center's focus is on student entrepreneurship. So I hope we were able to inspire them, also to provide them with insights on how to navigate challenges and opportunities when securing funding and also managing growth, because what we want to see from them is expansion. You know, scaling up is very important, and if they scale up, then we are addressing the key challenges Mr. Gerana mentioned, you know, the high unemployment rate. No one has to be forced to look for employment. That is the motive that we share with our students. They must go into employment because they want to. They must not work on someone's vision. They must work on their own vision. They must employ other people, address key challenges this country is faced with. So I think and hope we were able to give them that motivation. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to the audience.
Thank you, Confidence, for managing this session so well. A true business development manager. If you are a business development manager, you must start by managing time. She did that very, very well. And you make my work very easy as the program director. And also to thank the panelists for the ideas they've shared with us, the diverse views that they brought into the engagement. It is so nice to be in a university environment because we create these opportunities for engagement, and that on its own is developmental. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next part of the sessions, the second panel discussion. This one looks at catalyzing entrepreneurial success. That's where we talk of innovate, inspire, and impact. So it goes to the theme of our summit today. And I'm going to request Mr. Sifiso Ndwandwe, who will be our moderator for this session. And he will take care of the panelists, take care of the time, take care of everything until I get back here in around about 50 minutes.
It is afternoon, so good afternoon, everyone, and all protocol observed. The Master of Ceremonies has said I must take care of time. I'm not particularly, it's not my strength, but so I'm declaring this up front so that I can ask for forgiveness. Thank you. First, he gave me a thesis, or 3 theses of CVs of the panelists that are here. So I don't know how he expects me to summarize this in a jiffy. But be that as it may, let me try my best. Maybe to begin with, as you are all aware, we are discussing a very important discussion. And it's quite important that perhaps we contextualize this conversation so that we have a common and shared view of what this is about. Mpumalanga, first and foremost, is a very vibrant province. and I often think, when I think about this province, I often think that it punches far below its real weight. And I think the context, therefore, VC of organizing this very important conversation is quite important, because this is about, it's not just about entrepreneurship. It's a bigger mission, and it's the mission of saving this country. And we are sitting here sometimes when we gather at an ecosystem level and sit and gather in very lavish and very nice environments like this, I sometimes feel a bit guilty, because the people that we are really talking about are not here. The poverty that we are really addressing could probably make our hearts skip a bit if we were there. If we think about the townships and the rural areas, the unemployment, a lot of young people are coming out of universities, this very university, 10,000 students, I don't know how many graduate a year, but how many of those people find work? And the many who drop through the school system and still aspire to be economically active. And therefore, this conversation is not just about entrepreneurship. This conversation is about developing the economy of this province. It's about realizing the true potential of this place, called the place of the rising sun. How do we actually live that? Instead of just, is it just for tourism purposes to say this is the place of the rising sun? Or we, people of the place of the rising sun, actually make it a rising sun? And therefore, this conversation for me is quite important to say how to do it, particularly if we're focusing on this aspect of innovation, inspire, innovate, inspire, and impact. And I think the crafters of this particular topic, I think, were quite innovative in itself, because if we are to do this, then we have to first understand what are the strengths of this province that place it, that give us the opportunity to really address its challenges. If you compare Mpumalanga and Gauteng and Western Cape, there are certain distinct advantages that face this province. And the question is, how do we do that? And how do we use innovation? How do we use inspiration? And how do we realize impact? And this is what this is about. So I'm hoping we're going to have an exciting conversation with very esteemed panelists who are going to be tackling this discussion from different angles based on their experience, to not just to have a nice conversation, but to say, hopefully, and I'm putting you as judges here, how can we out of this have actionable steps that actually help us aspire to actually take Mpumalanga into a different level of conversation. So there are 4 panelists that have been given, very accomplished, and I've got mounds and mounds of paper here trying to summarize their CVs, but I will just probably mention 1 or 2 things so that we can get to the gist of the matter. I will start at the top is Dr. Patrick Abel, please come forward, of TUT. Please give me a round of applause. Dr. Abel obviously is very accomplished academically. I won't even start. It'll probably take me the next 15 minutes just reading his accomplishments academically. We are in an academic institution, so I hope that suffices. But what is particularly important is that he is in the leadership of the TOT Center for Entrepreneurship Development. And for that work, among many other things that he's done, he earned the award, the Presidential Award for Innovative Solutions in Small Business Development in 2023. And I remember seeing you walking to the podium to receive that, Doctor. Thank you. So thank you very much. So yeah, and many other roles and responsibilities internationally, locally, at UNESCO, and the various roles that he has played. So a very accomplished academic, but also practitioner in understanding the issues that face us and hopefully tackle these issues. And then a very young and vibrant panelist in Spesihle Shabalala. Please come forward, sir. I came across this young and vibrant soul a couple of years back, and I think he was just graduating from the university at that time. And certainly with his likes, you begin to have hope for this country, because you need agitated spirits to actually drive change and to ask difficult questions. And his interest in really the informal sector is quite inspiring to me. And obviously, I won't go to his credentials. And then can I ask Mr. Elias, and please excuse me, sir, because my pronunciation may not be that good, Netsusaliu, something like that. So I declare my Now, he is a specialist with CEDA Technology Program, and he has done a lot in the area of conformity assessment. This is important because a lot of our entrepreneurs suffer because of lack of compliance in terms of the product that they're developing, in terms of the processes that they're doing. So he's done a lot of quality management exposure and training, all the ISOs you can think about. He'll probably give you the solution. So thank you very much, Mr. Elias. And then I have a gentleman, I'll have to find his name, and he's a witty gentleman. He's also coming from one of the partners of this, from Old Mutual. So, Mr. Witty Ndlovu, please come forward. Witty, as is commonly called within the Old Mutual circles, is a seasoned, they call themselves mutualites within Old Mutual. So that's the language, I think, the insider language they use within Old Mutual. They call themselves mutualites. So he's a typical mutualite. And he's been around the block within Old Mutual, branch management, leadership roles, chairing of boards, and obviously very passionate about developing people and seeing success. So we hope that his vision and passion will come forward in this conversation. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will then start the conversation among the panelists, and we will start with the good professor, because it's always useful to contextualize the discussion from a theoretical point of view to a practical point of view. So Dr. Patrick, perhaps you could start by giving us your 5 minutes or so presentation. Over to you, sir. Doctor.
Afternoon, everyone. VC, thank you so much for the invitation. It's quite difficult because sometimes we are called academics, but the requirement of academics now have changed if we want to survive, especially in the context of Africa. If we're looking at issues of innovation vis-a-vis entrepreneurship, we can't divorce those two. They are twins, identical twins. But to really bring up the context, when one talks about innovation, my little explanation is we need to constantly change. There's no organization except for Nokia. I'll use the Nokia case study as an example. For some of us that will still remember, and will not mention other people's age, there was a phone called 3310. You could drop the phone, and the phone, to open the phone, you needed to drop the phone newly, so that you can open up the first time. And the battery life was, what, 2 weeks? You charge it once, and you leave it there. A very nice ringtone when it started. What happened to Nokia? What happened to Nokia? BlackBerry happened to Nokia. What happened to BlackBerry? No, before BlackBerry, something happened to Nokia. Motorola. LG chocolate. Then we had BlackBerry. What happened to BlackBerry? Samsung. What nearly happened to Samsung? What happened to iPhone? Something happened to iPhone. Something happened to iPhone. Huawei. Huawei happened to iPhone, and it took a president to step in. iPhone also stopped really innovating. So the issue here is, I'm using that because it's something that we all relate to. As entrepreneurs, since we are talking about entrepreneurship here, the impact of innovation cannot be understated. And your continuous ability to conceptualize new ideas, new product, new services is what will keep you in the business. And I want to bring it back home a little bit. Are we utilizing, and I think this is what my major issue becomes, are we utilizing the so-called innovation that is out there to uplift our community? With due respect to the chair of CSIR, I have run in battles with CSIR when I was on the street. Those innovation and technology stops there, in that corner of Pretoria. Where is it in the grassroots? Then when we talk about grassroots innovators, we start talking about people making bicycles, manufacturing bicycles. So my point is, there's so much innovation out there, so much. From where I'm seated with entrepreneurship, the question is, how are we dragging this innovation to become a source of local solutions to what is happening in our grassroots? And if we want to make so much examples in the context of South Africa, we will not finish the meeting today. So for us that really want to make an impact in the entrepreneurship arena, how are we even scaling up? The center is here doing wonderful work, VC and center director. How are we scaling that up to our rural communities while we are still here in Nelspruit? How are we using what's it called, the power of AI? Are we integrating some of the services to what we are currently offering? So, moderator, I think from where we are seated and from where I'm seated, the question is, are we bringing in innovation and innovative ways of doing things when we are talking about entrepreneurship? And lastly, we are in academia. We are sitting here in academia. My challenge to our management is, can we not speak about and talk about innovation when our graduates are done, and then we expect someone else to go and train them on innovation? If you looking at any scope, being accounting, I think the previous speaker brought up the issue of, I'm using zero to capture my financial data. Those students studying accounting, how many platforms do they know to use? Because the way AI is going, we might not need them anymore. So the concern here is, are we integrating some of these things that industry is speaking about prior to graduation? We don't want industry going again to train our students on some of this innovation. I will pause it there.
Thanks, Doc. Thank you very much. Shall we proceed to Mr. Shabalala?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, that's much better. My name is Pesitle Shabalala. It's worth mentioning that I'm an alumni of this institution. I think that is something worth a round of applause. I say that because for me that is what bases this conversation and its significance. that in as much as this is a conversation concerning the catalyzation of entrepreneurial success, part of the things that UMP consistently demonstrates with eloquency is putting a foot forward when it comes to backing their own product, and that is quite commendable. And of course, maybe a panel director to then give what I think about the catalyzation of success, particularly that is entrepreneurial base. I think this is an important conversation. Of course, the three pillars themselves are quite broad to exhaust in one conversation. But I'll make an attempt, particularly as a young person, to locate this conversation amongst what I think is quite important. To say entrepreneurship is no more an option for us as a country, and particularly as a globe, because we are in an epoch where we need to coexist and compete with. Yeah, 1, 2. I'm being sabotaged here because I'm young. But nonetheless, we will overcome. So I'm saying the catalyzation of entrepreneurship is no more an option because we are getting into a time where we need to compete and coexist with artificial intelligence. And therefore, every person, whether one of my mentor, Prof. Ferdinand, said something very important, that we need to locate this conversation as to whether entrepreneurs are born or made. And I like the stance that he takes to say whether entrepreneurs are born, there is an importance for the making of entrepreneurs. Even if we do not convert individuals to entrepreneurs, but we need to be entrepreneurial. And so my appreciation of this particular coinage of this conversation to say, we cannot afford, whether we are born entrepreneurs or not, but we cannot afford not to be entrepreneurial because of the type of society that we are living in. So mine is to say that part of the things that are critical, of course, if we are going to catalyze particularly entrepreneurial success, the form of innovation that we need to go towards is not an innovation that neglects the current context of where we are. Because sometimes when we think of innovation as something that comes from the space, and we forget that within our community there are immediate needs that we need to respond to. And so I believe that part of the most important things that we need to do as a country is to encourage those that innovate entrepreneurially to not neglect their current context, because in most instances we want to be so groundbreaking that we forget the need that is immediate. And part of my greatest emphasis and my greatest work is that it is important that we respond with the tools and the expertise that we have to the needs that exist currently. The fact that we are struggling with potholes, we are struggling with water and electricity, those, when they are quantified, they can limit the kind of innovation that we want to make at a bigger scale. So I think we need to encourage, whether students, entrepreneurs, and community members, that what is of essence is to create a condition that is conducive for us to innovate at a grander scope. I think that those are my thoughts. Thank you so much.
I'm sure you had the vigor and the energy that was behind that voice, and certainly the ideas. Maybe let's proceed to Mr. I'll call him Elias N.
Thank you, the program director. It's Elia Nechisa Uru, yeah. I've spent 16 years within conformity assessment, where we support small businesses with the issue of compliance, because we have realized that the biggest challenge for SMMEs to access the market is compliance. You might have a good product, but if you are not familiar with South African standards and international standards, you won't access the market. And you're gonna knock into government departments, municipalities, and ask them, how can you assist me to sell my products? The challenge is, if you don't know your products, which standards regulates those products, you are not gonna access the market. So within CEDA, we've got programs where we will be able to assist you as an entrepreneur. We'll be able to fund your product to be tested within SABS or within other accredited laboratories. We've got systems that we put in places as an entrepreneur so that you comply with international standards. There are certain products that you won't be able to export outside the country because those products, they are regulated by law. I'll try to be practical here. We buy cement all over. Some of them, they are imported from China. According to NRCS, National Regulator for Compulsory Specification, you cannot sell any cement which doesn't go through the standard. Because by doing that, there's a huge risk and hazards that you will impose to human beings. Just imagine, you have got a beautiful university here. If the cement that we used to build this university were not approved, what will happen? The building will collapse, isn't it? Okay. Similar with SMMEs, you might have a good product. You approach Pick and Pay, Spar. The first question that they will ask you is the product tested? If you fail to answer that question, they are not going to buy your products. Remember, if Pick and Pay takes your product, when you go to Pick and Pay as a consumer, I don't know who's the manufacturer of the product. Should I buy a product from Pick and Pay? Something happens after I consume that product. The reputation of Pick and Pay is going down. So that's why they will never compromise when coming to their reputation. So what we are encouraging small businesses, do your own research. Find out which products which falls under compulsory specifications. It's not all the products that should be tested by law, but anything that people consume, it should be tested. Are we clear on that? Okay. There are certain products that are regulated. If it's automotive products, electronic products, by law, they should be approved by South African Bureau of Standards. So I cannot divorce innovation and technology, but we always encourage small businesses to use technology, or they must adapt to the use of technology. And there are tools and softwares that CEDA can assist to put into your business so that you can operate digital to sell your products. Even SMME, they can also use online platforms where they can put their product on social media. So this is innovation. So let me stop there. Thank you.
That's okay. So let's have the mutual light.
Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Ndwandwe. And good afternoon, colleagues. How are you feeling today? Are we good? All right. So from our side is as the Mutualites, so we are proud to say that we definitely support these kind of initiatives. And just like what the good doctor mentioned in his opening, we are in a prestigious university that grooms entrepreneurs. So we groom very good entrepreneurs, and my brother here mentioned that he's an alumni from this university. So we start with making sure that in this university we groom entrepreneurs. They come to the level that my brother Uspesiche spoke so passionate about, that a lot of the times we want to be so technical in a way that we end up forgetting being so practical. And being practical is so important because practicality is what makes successful entrepreneurs. And once that has been done, you are a successful entrepreneur. My brother spoke about compliance issues. it is very important to always make sure that in everything that we do, as business people, we are compliant. Now, once you are compliant as an entrepreneur, from our side as Mutualites, we therefore say we are in a position to be able to assist you with funding. Compliance is important because at the end of the day, if your business is not compliant, we from Old Mutual, we're not necessarily going to be able to assist you with funding. So make sure that at all the times, if you're an entrepreneur, make sure that your business is compliant. Now, and I know there is going to be some of the very difficult questions that might come through. And I'm not here alone. I've got my colleagues, and I think, colleagues, you saw Mr. Dlamini when he introduced in terms of how, the message of support that is coming from Old Mutual. So what we do, obviously, from Old Mutual, we have what we call our own GNU. So the Government of National Unity. So this Government of National Unity ensures that we work together, bringing all the different business units from Old Mutual and ensuring that we are in a position to be able to support our communities. And as I'm representing Old Mutual Masisizane, this is our mandate. And by the way, we are not only about selling insurance. So as Old Mutual Masisizane, our mandate is as follows. Old Mutual Masisizane was established in 2007. It was established in order to be able to bridge the gap that we actually spoke about earlier. And in the funding that we do, we are biased, but not limited to the following. We provide funding to Black-owned businesses. And like I mentioned, we are not only limited to that, but we are more biased to the Black-owned businesses. We provide funding to the youth-owned, just like my passionate brother was actually talking about in his opening. We also provide funding to women-owned businesses. We provide funding to the disabled or persons living with a disability. We are also biased in providing funding to the rural communities. And I think, colleagues, if we understand our province in the Mpumalanga, our province is more rural dominated. And this is where Old Mutual therefore comes into the picture to say, how best can we be able to partner with you, with the university, with the entrepreneurs out there, to be able to develop our province so that we can actually be in a position to be able to match pound for pound with the bigger provinces like your Gautengs, your KZNs, and your Western Capes. So there is so much opportunities that we can actually be able to leverage on, ensuring that we partner and be able to develop our province to the next level. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witi. We will now proceed to the second round of this conversation, and reminding ourselves that this conversation is about catalyzing entrepreneurial success, innovate, inspire, and impact. The questions that I'm probably going to pose to the gentlemen here, I'm going to ask them to respond to this challenge of innovation, inspiration, and impact specifically. I would like to go back to the young blood, and we start there again, and ask the question that from an investor's perspective, and yes, others think that it's only big guys and big banks and big moneyed people that are investors. The social, even in the informal sector, everyone who gets into business is an investor. But from an investor's perspective, what are the factors that perhaps drive innovation, especially from the informal sector point of view? Mr. Shabalala.
Thank you very much. I think the basis of innovation is not only how novice the idea is, but it also has much to do with how impactful it is in responding to the problem that it claims to solve. So I think what is quite critical for any entrepreneur who compiles either a concept, a product, or a service is that they must not only be focused on novelty, because most of us would want to be the next Elon Musk. Some of us would want to perhaps come up with ideas that are novel. But I think for me, the best entrepreneur services and products are those who are able to solve most complex problems in the most simplest ways. And if we do that, we open a way particularly for the growth of SMMEs, because to develop a highly sophisticated product, you need a lot of funding. And part of the challenges our keynote speaker was speaking about is that the reason why we are not seeing quite a number of growth in trajectory for particularly SMMEs, it's because we are so, particularly young people, they are so fixated in developing products that will want to absorb a lot of capital before they're actually developed. So I think it is quite important that as a young person, if you are thinking of an idea, you must package your idea in a sense that it is easy to invest on because it responds to the problem. I think in my personal experience, part of the things that I want into is that do not register your business before you are in business. Part of the mistakes that I made, particularly when I was entering into business, is that I assumed that in order to be in business, you must be registered. And instead of being in actually the business, because we start to have a business before we are actually in business. And part of the things that I want about is that, first of all, if you have a bank account, you are already in debt because you have a bank account that is bringing in nothing. Another thing, that CPRO certificate that we are proud about, that now I'm a business person, that is also going to be charged. The stuff that we do not speak about, that now you have two debts that are bringing you behind. And also now SARS is also expecting that now, because now you are a business person, you must also comply to SARS. So I think it is important that we encourage young people to first be in business before they register their businesses. And I love how NYDA does this. NYDA first encourages young people to explore the business before they can actually register it. So I think it is important. I think the conversation about seed funding must be emphatic on how do we bring the most practical tool to your business idea so that we can move you from just thinking and to practically developing the product so that then we can invest in it. I think NYTA is doing that quite immaculately.
Thanks, Mr. Shabalala. I think I'd like to just quickly have a follow-up question with you, because we know the real situation on the ground. The real situation on the ground is thousands and thousands of young people in particular are unemployed. And therefore, I'm wondering from your experience, what drives young people to start businesses? Is it really excitement with a solution that they've got, innovative solution they've got, or is it survival? And therefore, to what extent do we have innovation when we're driven by survival issues?
Thank you very much. This is a powerful question. I think by nature, young people are curious. So young people are bound to explore different kind of things, such as education, business, and other entities that are not negative, of course. So I think we need to encourage young people engaging in entrepreneurship as a way of discovering themselves, because we run a risk of not exploring all possibilities and opportunities if we are mainstreaming young people to academia. Because yes, we may all be educated, but we may not all be endowed to be academics. We may all be in business, but we may not all be endowed to be entrepreneurs. So I think when we first use this as a point of departure to say, young people ought to engage in business because they need to discover themselves, because it is a detriment to young potential to discover that, oh, by the way, I have passion for business, and you are already 40, you have children, you do not have time, you don't have the energy. But I think part of the things that why we must encourage entrepreneurial, sorry to those who are 40. So I think besides the pressing factors of the fact that there's no employment and people may resort to this as a survivalist thing, I think for young people it must be encouraged because they are young, they are curious, and they've got the time and the creativity.
Thank you very much for that response. Shall we move to the doctor and ask a question from the sharing that Shabalala has made in terms of starting a business? Perhaps you can relate in your experience working with many entrepreneurs and being entrepreneurial yourself. Maybe one practical example where an innovation has actually impacted an industry and how that came about.
No, thank you. Before I answer that, I just wanted to get on to the last question of survivalist entrepreneurs. It is the same thing as getting employed. It's the same thing as that unemployed graduate going to get a 6,000 Rand internship program. So why don't we pay that young person 6,000 Rand per month to start their own business? It's the same. So I think we need to change the narrative a little bit. Am I paying you to go be a subordinate, or am I paying you to be your own boss? And it's something that we need to really talk about. But to your question, I think I will lean towards technology, especially your artificial intelligence technology. Things have changed dramatically since lockdown. I'll use my center that I had as an example. On the heart of lockdown, when the president had put all of you in your basements, I normally laugh about it because I think thinking about it, I'm like, what were you thinking then? I was on the street trying to support smallholder farmers. And then 3 weeks down the line, the question is, are you going to risk 21 business coaches' lives? In 6 weeks, we had developed an online platform as an experiment, which we are currently using. So instead of us, I'll use prior to that, we will support 25 entrepreneurs per year. We've scaled up to right now supporting 750 entrepreneurs within the last 5 years. So the question then becomes same thing, but to scale. If outside of that, we have seen entrepreneurs utilizing VR, virtual reality, especially in training and education, is doing miracles. Again, during that period of lockdown, a lot of digital platform that has aided the health care sector. For some of us that might want to meet doctors now, you can easily connect with a doctor online. And most of the medical schemes now are utilizing that. I know the entrepreneur on the other side that this scam is actually using that platform to deliver medicine. So I think the question for me becomes, how do we create that environment to nurture the next set to bring in some of this innovation that will really have a mass impact on our living. The other issue that I want to bring in terms of example is a so-called just energy transition. That discussion started since 2013, 2015. I wonder why we are running around right now. We are late. Because by now, we are supposed to be having at least 5 to 25% of our diesel blended. The regulation is there. We're practically doing nothing about it. Let's hope that Sasol is trying to get in. They will manage it. But there are technologies, by the way, out there. I know in South Africa, we want to say, let's develop the technology. And we need to start talking about adapting some of this technology. The technology is out there to practically take waste, your sugar cane, biomass, to biodiesel. And the question is, why are we not intentionally going after that? Last point, the keynote speaker brought in the issue of infrastructure as an hindrance. We lack the political will. I'm adding something else. We lack the political boldness to change anything in this country and on the continent. And I think the next revolution, not what is happening in Kenya right now, the next revolution that will be coming, next point is going to be South Africa. And we don't want that. And the question once again is, these innovations are there, these technologies are there, government want to create jobs, but through some of this innovation that we can adapt, we can really be able to provide that support to support the government agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Can we go to you, Elia? And again, we're talking about all this activity that's happening in supporting entrepreneurship activity on the ground. From a CEDA's perspective, from your own experience, could you perhaps share how do we measure impact? Because ultimately, all we are focused on, or should be focused on, is the impact of the work that we do. Can you share some experience in that space?
Thank you. I think in order to measure the impact, you need to define what impact you want to achieve. And for you to do that, you must measure the performance of an entrepreneur to determine the impact. And in our case, for all the interventions that we provide to the entrepreneur, we measure the turnover or the revenue that the entrepreneur generates and the profit. So from the initial stage, before the entrepreneur comes and requests the intervention from CEDA, we assess, we look at their financial audited statements, we look at the number of employees, and there are forms that we request the entrepreneur to complete, so that post-intervention, we go back and assess the entrepreneur, so that we will be able to see the growth of that entrepreneur. The other measure that we use, we look at the jobs created or jobs sustained, so that we can measure the impact. There are programs like supplier development programs, which plays a huge role because those program links an entrepreneur with the big market. So by doing that, we want to see if there's any growth of that entrepreneur, whether they are creating jobs. And the last one, this is the tool that has been developed by CEDA, I think is customer satisfaction survey tool. As an entrepreneur, we go back to you, we want to find out if you are happy with our services that we provide. Are we meeting your needs? Are we meeting your expectations? So these are the three tools that we use as CEDA to determine the impact of an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elia. Maybe quick question before perhaps you let go of that mic. And again, this issue of impact is a very important one, because going back to our guest speakers, warning and teasing us to really think seriously about an ecosystem approach in the work that we do. To what extent are these measures that CEDA, for example, these tools that CEDA is using, and the particular metrics that you are measuring for impact, similar to those of MEGA, similar to those of Old Mutual Masisizane, similar to other players in the ecosystem? So to what extent, in your own understanding and experience, are we measuring the same things? Are we defining the same things in the same ways? And last question, I may be complicating this a bit more. How much of this is self-serving to the institutions, and how much of it is for the entrepreneur?
Thank you. I think we are measuring almost the same thing, because as an investor, you want to see growth of the entrepreneur. If I put money into a business, I want to see if we are creating jobs. So, and for us...
But that's not the role of an entrepreneur. I don't establish my business to create jobs.
Yeah, your role is to make profit.
Yes.
Okay. But as an investor, because we provide grant, so we don't provide loan like SIFA. So our return on investment is for you to create jobs. So, but you as an entrepreneur, you want to make profit. So we believe that when you create jobs, you will elevate a lot of things. You know, the economy is not good, things are bad. But I think our KPIs are almost the same. We are measuring the same thing. So when we invest, we want to see jobs created. We want to see the growth, because we believe that when the entrepreneur grows, you will create a lot of jobs.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll have an aside on that one. Thank you. Mr. Whitty, from Old Mutual's point of view, in terms of, again, innovation, how do you work in many communities, and I think you have got a very focused targeting in terms of who you want to benefit and impact. How do you, in your programming and you're working in the communities, actually catalyze innovation and make sure innovation is prominent in the work that you do?
Yeah. Thanks for the question, Mr. Ndondo. So, from our side is Old Mutual, we pride ourselves because we always say we employ from the community because we want to develop the communities where we employ from and where we actually operate. And one of the biggest challenges, and I think Mr. Jahana in his keynote address, he spoke about the biggest challenge that us as a country is experiencing. And I think we all know unemployment in the country is going out of hand. So from our side as the mutualites, we say to the young people, and remember earlier, I indicated that we are biased in terms of our lending. We are biased to the youth. We are biased to the rural communities. So in us structuring our funding to those specific communities, we are therefore saying if these communities are innovative, they can be able to assist us as the South Africa to be able to alleviate one of the biggest challenges that we're currently experiencing, which is the unemployment. Okay. And in addition to that, if I may just speak about our funding criteria. So earlier I mentioned that we are obviously, in this summit, because we want to encourage the youth to be able to be entrepreneurs. We spoke that the university has produced the youngsters, and once you start your business, it's important for you to make sure that your business is compliant. And from our side as Old Mutual, we are therefore saying we want to act as the bridge for the entrepreneurs to be able to realize their dreams. And we fund up to 20 million rands. So if there is any needs based on those biases or biasnesses that I spoke about earlier in terms of the funding. We are therefore saying, come to us, let's partner so that we can be able to work together in dealing with the biggest challenge that we're experiencing as the South Africans.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before the MC fires me, I was looking at the watch, and I think we have a good 10 minutes or so. So I'm going to experiment a little bit about the remaining time. The topic under discussion, as you can see, it is catalyzing entrepreneurial success through innovation, inspiration, and impact. I'm going to open the discussion a bit, maybe for just 2 questions that you are honored to ask this very elite panel here, to ask them directly any question relating to this conversation. But I want to direct the conversation a little bit about, again, back to my opening few words around what are the opportunities that we should be pursuing for Mpumalanga to be truly the place of the rising sun in respect to innovation, inspiration, and impact, so that we're a bit more practical. So I'm just asking you to ask any questions or make any comment, and ask this esteemed panel maybe to respond to those questions. Any questions from the floor? Otherwise, I'll ask the panel to maybe do quick closing remarks. Yes, sir. I'm happy.
No, thank you very much. It's not a question, it's a brief comment. I think to the good doctor, yes, the CSIR is part of the change we're going through. The grassroots innovation, but obviously we have to all challenge the system to actually respond positively. The point I want to make, we often look at innovation a lot as more like blue sky thing. I think we need to innovate to deal with the challenges today. If food security is an issue, it's an opportunity to innovate and include everybody. So it's probably less about a particular type of crop or seed per se. It's got a space for that, but it's probably a business model innovation. How do we make sure that more and more people can can provide supply to the high demand which is sitting there and only dealt with by a group of big players only or imports? So I think when you look at what you do in Mpumalanga, I'm not killing the nice innovation tech stuff and so on, but I'm saying look at what Mpumalanga needs and is not able to supply itself, and push business model innovation to make sure many of these and the SMEs can supply. I'm challenging the panel, maybe I'm offside. So.
Round of applause, please. So, Dr. Alaki, the chairman of CSR, has just responded. So now you can walk into the reception and say, I talked to the chairman. But I think much more important, here's a practical example, food security. It's a big issue. So that's an opportunity. The question is then, how do we lead the conversations among entrepreneurs, among the learners, to think creatively around food security? And I think he made the point. Let's not think about grand ideas. What are the real needs on the ground? So I think that's an excellent example. Any other last question before I hand over? Yes, sir.
Afternoon. I also want to agree with this previous speaker. Innovation is not necessarily always need to be innovation. If we look at the American franchisor model, their franchisors, they turnkey models. So you buy a franchise and everything in the franchise is done for you. So you don't necessarily need to be the best businessman to run that franchise. In South Africa, franchises, they're actually marketing tools. And I think we need to focus on assisting our youth getting into genuine turnkey franchises. Will there be a space for something like that in your foundation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have a lot of time. I've already been given a warning before being fired. So I'll ask our esteemed panelists to maybe just do 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndondwe. So to respond to your question, say yes, we definitely do fund franchisees. So if you do have any franchise model that you do have, and make sure it is practical and it is relevant to the challenges that we are actually experiencing as the South Africans and as the Mpumalanga province. If you tick those boxes, rest assured, we'll definitely be able to assist you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. My closing remarks, because I'm from CEDA, my mandate is to develop small businesses. The one thing that I want to leave it with you, if you're an entrepreneur, you must know who are your competitors. That's the first thing that you should know. Know their products, their services, their pricing, their distribution channel. Know your product. That's very much critical. Okay? Because if you don't know your products, the same thing that I've explained to you before, you won't be able to access the market. Well, some of the products, they are regulated by law. Do you have the right resources? Either it's human or capital. It's something that you have to do research about it. Lastly, identify who are your target markets. So when you produce the product, who are you intending to sell that product to? Thank you.
My closing remarks will be linked to your question of how do we create an opportunity for Mpumalanga. I believe we are in the hub of that. The university have put their foot out. I want to call upon partners to support them to become that innovation hub for the province. We normally look for infrastructure. The infrastructure is here already. How best can we then come in to use that infrastructure? But most importantly, not leaving the community behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think mine is short and simple. It's a congratulations and compliment to the University of Mpumalanga, because I think they do what the keynote speaker is saying we must do, to create that ecosystem that responds to these levers, but also evaluates, analyze them, and uplift them, because it's not enough for us to understand them, but also to uplift them. So in this community, I see present people who are able to move us forward. And in that sense, we address that issue of impact, because impact must not only be thought of in terms of quality. We also need to think about quantity, particularly as South Africa, because we are an uneven society. The more we produce, the more we have this conversation on the ground. And if we can liberate this conversation beyond these four walls, if it can be had in the rural areas, in the township, in the same measure of quality that we are having it now, I do believe that we are going to develop an environment where we can produce quality entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe in closing, thank you very much. I think we have the talent as a province, and we have the raw materials, the natural endowments that we've been blessed with. I think the challenge is how do we work together to actually make sure that that delivers the dividend, the economic dividend that we all require. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndwandwe, for managing this session so well. I think you did it very well, because you started by creating a doubt in my mind, but I could see, because I know people like you, I could see that you will manage it. So we are so grateful that we had this second panel discussion, which went on very well, and the moderator also accorded us an opportunity to maybe also ask questions or put some comments through. So this is a day well spent, and especially the discussion so relevant to the purpose of the day on matters around entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship development. I'm going to remember I'm the program director, right? So I'm going to request maybe 2 or 3 questions specifically from students. And those who will be the first to ask those questions, they are going to be given prizes. So now they can ask the questions either to the first group of panelists or to the second group of panelists. So we also want to test if they can remember who the panelists were. So if you ask your question, you must indicate who do you direct the question to. And we don't want you to say, the panelist who was sitting on that chair. No, we don't want that. You must mention a name and then ask your question, and then the panelist will, of course, respond to that. So that's where we are now. I see a hand. I don't see the face. I only see the, oh, okay. Yeah, you're the first one you can ask.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nomcebo Shongwe. I'm currently running a small business, Emakusini. My question is directed to Mr. Elia. The pronunciation of the surname is...
You must pronounce the surname properly, because it's like you are pointing me at a chair. Okay, pronounce the surname correctly, then I know you're talking about.
Okay, Mr. Elia Nechisa Ulu. Yeah.
Okay, yes.
My question, since you're from SIDA and you said you guys provide funding for small businesses, my question is, can you please share tips on how to prepare a compelling pitch for a seed funding? I'm currently having an idea of venturing into agriculture, which is farming vegetables. So can you please share tips on how to prepare compelling tips for seed funding? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Can we get the response?
Thank you. Maybe I should declare this. SIDA is a non-financial support, but we provide access to funding. Our sister agency, SIFA, they are the one who provide funding in a form of a loan. But we do have competitions within SIDA that focuses on innovation and pitching. And that division is residing at national office. If after this meeting you can come to me, I will give you the contact of the person that you can contact. They will prepare you so that you can conduct or do your pitching. So, and every year there's a competition where they run nationally. Sometimes it becomes a program of the president where SMMEs are invited to pitch, where there will be a winner. I think the last year the winner received 1 million rands, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
Oh, great. I'm very much happy with the question. So you do qualify for the present. You can come and receive your gift.
I just need to say that these gifts has been donated by a company called Trend Micro. They're a global company that provides cybersecurity software, not just to large enterprises, but to small business people and entrepreneurs. And if you do have an FNB or an ABSA account, you can download the software for free for 1 year.
Thank you so much. Well done, Ms. Shongwa. And some people might be wondering, how did this question qualify? It's because this question was an informative question. Do you know that? An informative question. Okay, we go now to the second. Oh, you're already standing up. Okay, let's hear your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I go by the name of Madzibandra Tsumbedzo. I'm presenting an Actors UMP that deals with student enterprises within the university. And then this is my second term again. So my question goes straight to Mr. Spesihle Chabalala, Butomtala. So ever since I met you, it has been an argument between me and you, but privately, And because my worry is, I understand where you're coming from when you say, when you have to be into business before you register to have a company or in order to own a company, because at the end of the day you'll be having several debts. But I understand your argument, but I stand firm with my words that, you know what, I think let's encourage all business owners or those who are interested in starting a business to register those businesses, because if you can look on the organizations like CEDA, from us on our side, we do have sponsors. You are also from us, by the way. So us from Inecta's organization, we also have Harmony sponsors, like MTN, NetBank. We used to have NetBank, Standard Bank, and so forth. The potential investors, they need something valid. They cannot just give you money, though they see the potential that this business is going, or this idea is going far, or it's going to make different or impact to the community. But at the end of the day, documentation, I think, is very, very important, because I myself too, I cannot give someone money without any documentation. And then just to make a comment, it's not a question, this one. I'm so sorry, Doc, it's not a comment for this one. So I just want to add up on what Prof. Ferdinand have said from the first discussion that was led by Ms. Confidence Ndlovu. Prof, it's very, very important to actually advise, and that is my advice also to CEDA and CIFA and so forth. So this is also my advice that as you guys, the directors of those organizations, it's good to encourage business owners to actually prioritize the consumers' preferences. Yes, you mentioned the mere fact that they have to maximize the profit, but also we need to let entrepreneurs to actually utilize or maximize the utility by prioritizing the consumers' preferences. That was just a comment on that one. Thank you so much.
I know you are eagerly awaiting to know if... now, I can tell you this is a very informative comment and advice, so you qualify for the prize.
Colleagues, thank you very much, young brother, for the question. Though it's a debate, but what you touch on is what I'm quite passionate about. The issues of compliance are quite complicated, and they border on the conversation that our keynote speaker was inviting us to, the question of policy. We do need to decide as a country how do we administrate questions of compliance. For instance, how do we distinguish between an informal sector and an SMME? Is it based on registration or business practice? Because most academics then would argue that in a form of compliance for the informal trader is that there are people who are not registered, but then we would counter argue that informal traders need to be registered with their locality. And therefore the issue of compliance is not a conversation that we can have over 2 seconds. But I really do think that it is a conversation that we need to think about, particularly if we want to invite young people to participate, maybe from informal trading, SMME, and going beyond. I'm by no means discouraging people to get into business, but I'm saying, for instance, if you want to get a mining compliance, that charges a lot of money. And how do we then encourage people to participate in that space in a way that doesn't cost them a lot of money? So compliance is a conversation that is quite broad. I'm more than willing to continue having this conversation with you, young men. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, colleagues. I'm going now to request Prof. Kanayo, the center manager of our center here at UMP, to take his item.
Thank you, Program Director, and please permit me to stand on existing protocols. Good afternoon, all, and thank you for your keen participation. As you already know, the theme of this summit, Innovate, Impact, and Inspire, it's resultant of the work we do at the Center for Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator. And for us, when we're planning this, we had 5 set goals we wanted to achieve, which I think we have done this afternoon. Number 1 was for us to facilitate a forum to address key challenges and opportunities in the ecosystem, in our landscape in Mpumalanga. We also wanted to create a dynamic platform that brings together entrepreneurs, investors, industry experts, policymakers to foster innovation and share knowledge of the issues. Number 3, we wanted to build a supportive ecosystem that will involve the private sector more, involve the industry, and involve the academia to make sure that the triple helix is working. And we also wanted to make sure that our ecosystem is sustainable. And finally, to spark inspiration as well as to drive motivation for our studentpreneurs, our alumni community, and community SMMEs. So when you look at what we have done today, from the stage-setting remarks of our chairperson, Professor Mayekiso, the remarks of the keynote address, and the discussion of the panelists, the takeaways for me come in form of questions. Where do we stand? The first question will be, what are the most effective ways for startups to secure initial seed funding? What are the most critical factors in scaling up for a startup? What is the right time for a startup to consider expansion? Another set of questions come in the form of, how can entrepreneurs foster a culture of innovation within their startups? What qualifies a successful entrepreneur to become a leader in a space? And can a focus on impact-driven entrepreneurship lead to greater long-term success? So these are the takeaways for me. And for the benefit of the startups at the Center for Incubation and the alumni community and the community SMMEs, our follow-up steps will be to share the summit highlights at the end of today, distribute a summary of the event, including the key takeaways, photos and recording of keynote speakers, gather feedback from you to see your thinking for us to plan a better event next time. Also to develop a post-summit content where we're going to be writing blogs, create videos, or produce podcasts that delve into the key issues that we've talked about today. We're also going to have organized follow-up events, maybe focus workshops that deal in detail with the key issues that have been raised. And we're going to leverage on our alumni network to engage them more. You have seen today the capacity of our alumni and the capacity of our undergraduates and postgraduates currently in the system. So for us to do this, we are going to be involving all of you. And lastly, but not to take away the word of the vote of thanks from the DVC, we will be sending you thank you notes, expressing our gratitude to all speakers, sponsors, and participants for this occasion. Thank you very much, Program Director.
So what we are going to do now, we've got some gifts for the participants, as in the speakers and so forth. VC, we also want to give you a gift. So I'll ask the VC to come to the front for her gift. I know it sounds strange, but we are doing things the UMP way. So you can hand it over to VC. So we will then request the VC to remain this side so that she can assist with the handing over of gifts to our other guests or participants. So I can call them from.
Yeah, and this one is from UMP Sefri and this one is from Old Mutual. So you must say that Old Mutual is supporting us with the gifts.
Okay. Mr. All right, so we are going to request our keynote address. The presenter there, Mr. Vuyani Jahana. Let me also indicate, whilst the process is going on, that you can see we've got two sets of gifts. The one in the UMP bag comes from UMP. The other one comes from Old Mutual. So I'm going to request Miss Andile Jambane. Mr. Billy Bokako. Oh, okay. Mr. Maxwell Dlamini.
Let's take just this one because I'm taking.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Miss Lebogang Dludlu, or somebody is receiving it on her behalf. Prof. Ferdinand Nimbanira. Miss Susanna Barnett. Mr. Sipesihle Shabalala. Dr. Patrick Ebewo. Mr. Elia Nechi Saulu. Mr. Witty from Masisizane.
You have to pull yourself. You see, he's you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. I can't. We'll do it. Yeah, this is okay. Anyway, the next present goes to Dr. Paul Maminza. another arrangement here, and because we know. But Prof, before you do the vote of thanks, we want to say thank you. So you can come and have. Thanks so much for this item. We just give Prof. Mashudu Dabana Maselesele some few minutes to put her present down and then come over to do the vote of thanks.
It only happens at UMP that you get a gift before you speak. What if you mess up? Good afternoon. Let me acknowledge our Vice Chancellor and our keynote speaker, and also acknowledge our partners and every one of you gathered this afternoon. My role is very simple. It's just to propose a vote of thanks. And I want to say to our MENCO members, thank you very much. You took your time out of your busy schedule to be with us. To all members of the advisory board of Sferry, thank you for making this a success. To our partners, what would we have done without you? TUT, we are in partnership forever. No competition, but we complement one another. And I think it's important to applaud yourselves. You know what I'm talking about. So when you see universities working together like this, you should, and who are in the neighborhoods, then you should understand that we are leading, very progressive institutions that do not necessarily compete, but they want to stand together and work against all the challenges that we experience as a country or as a university. So, TUT, thank you. The Department of Economic Development and Tourism, we really appreciate the fact that they are our partners. And we know in partnership, there's always mutual benefits. So we really appreciate this because we're benefiting from you much as you benefit from us as well. Old Mutual, we are partners forever as well. And I must confess, I was very worried when you came to speak here because I thought he's going to sell us insurance. And in this era, sometimes you feel you don't want to listen to someone wanting to take your money. So thank you very much for these partnerships. We really appreciate this. And I think it will grow bigger and bigger. I know the VC was saying, this relationship started only 2 months ago, and look at what we are doing together. So that shows that really we are focusing on growth. And I'm sure we will even get the 20 million to support our students. Thank you. To SIDA, what would we have done without you? You started when we were still at that level. But look at us today, in partnerships forever. And we appreciate the work that you do with us. And our students are really benefiting. And I believe they are going to benefit even more from the team of advisors from SIDA. We want to thank you. APSA, I don't think I saw them. If they were here, we really appreciate, and we know funding is coming, and NetBank. When you interact with funders, banks, you know you will get enough of the money that you need. I think I need to really appreciate our VC for the speech she gave. I could feel the energy. I'm sure you also experienced it. The energy, the tranquility, you know, you could sense the excellence. And you look around, you see excellence in everything. Can't we applaud her? I know it's not every institution where you find a chairperson of the board as a VC. I'm sure this is the only one, if I'm not mistaken. If it is not, but there are very few institutions that their VCs becomes the chairperson of the board. Mostly you find others chairing. So she actually lead from the front, and we appreciate her leadership. So we want to say the fruits that you see, 10 years, a 10-year-old child achieving this. I mean, remember, you are 10 years old, but look at what we have and what we have achieved. You need to give us a round of applause. To our keynote speaker, you know, when I saw your name on the program, I was worried. What are you going to say to my boss now here? Because we have been together. As he said, not so long ago, I'm sure 8 months ago, I was sitting in their meetings as the council member of WSU. And now here I find him comes here to come and give a keynote speech. And I was saying to myself, if there was someone from WSU, if I had known, maybe I should have invited someone from WSU to see their council member living the dream that he has. Because in every meeting, he would be talking about, you know, entrepreneurship and, you know, businesses amongst our students, unemployment, which is a challenge. And during graduations, he will be saying, writing some small notes, say, are they going to get employed? You know, there are degrees that he will say, you just producing but for nothing. So if there was someone from WSU would be saying, you have created a platform for him to really celebrate what he dreams and what he believes in. And if we can tap into what he said, I think we will go places as an institution and as a country and as a province. You know, I was saying, now I studied anatomy and physiology because I'm a health professional. But now for him to talk about anatomy, he's actually, you know, encroaching into my specialization. He can't be, there's no other anatomy except the anatomy of human beings and animals. But now today, I've learned that there's anatomy and physiology in entrepreneurship and also the psychology part. Colleagues, let's applaud him for that. We thank you, Mr. Jahana, for living your dream and the passion you have about this. Obviously, you will make an impact. You have made an impact in us, and I believe it will continue. I think I should also thank those who gave us goodwill messages. You know, as I was listening to Miss Andile, I said, you know what? She's selling her brand. And selling her brand, she's helping us to understand what they do. And we will knock at her door, and she will have to open that door because she gave us information. So we are empowered, and we want to thank you for that empowering information. Can we applaud her? To Mr. Dlamini, I have already said that Old Mutual, we are in this together. We are partners in crime, and we will get funding from Old Mutual. That will support our students in their entrepreneurial activities. I also want to thank our panelists. I didn't know. All the time I thought entrepreneurs are born. Because if you look at my gray hair, you'll understand that I was born on those times where you can't be a business person. You can just study and become someone else and go and get employed. This time around, we are saying we are developing students who should go out and employ others. So I think you have also taught us something new, that indeed we should be developing entrepreneurs, not to say they are born. So panelists, and their moderator, I want to thank you all. From a Confidence who drove this first discussion so well, with all the members in the panel who actually assisted us in providing the much needed information. I didn't know that there's jam for diabetics. I mean, if it's sugar-free jam, it should be jam for diabetics. Because the sugar-free jam, if I don't have diabetes, why would I, you know? But, you know, you are very innovative, and we really appreciate what you are doing. We are going to be your clients because, you see, when they were sitting here and presenting what they were presenting, they were also selling their brand, if you noticed. So already you have clients that you should get from us because we are now focusing on our wellness. So we are coming, and we should open that door and give us special prices. So for all of you, we want to thank you. To the panelists, the last one, I also want to thank you. The panelist that was led by Mr. Sfiso Ndwandwe, we thank you for the discussions that you have led. We appreciate the information that was given. And we want to say, I'm sure you'll allow me to do this. Let me appreciate Sipesi Itle. Can you applaud him? You know why? Because he's living the values of UMP. He is our former student, and he is a very good brand ambassador. And that deserves a round of applause. Actually, Sipesi Itle, you confirmed everything that the VC was saying during her address. Because you can see, we are living our values, and you are actually showing the world what you're made of. Because then it means, to our keynote, that we are training them whilst they are in the classroom. That entrepreneurship that you talk about, it happens in the class. And by the time they get out, they are so well informed. So for that, we want to thank you. And I also want to thank everyone who participated in this panel group discussion. And I want to say to you, we will knock at your doors because we now have information about who is leading what. And eventually, when we come, please open that door for us so that we continue this good work that we are doing as UMP. I want to thank the organizers of this event, which is led by Professor Kanayo, and that to say, you are really showing us that we are not just talking, we are not just teaching, we are also implementing what we teach. What would always say, integration of theory and practice. This is the practice at its best. Provide information to our students. We are saying, you now have connections, so make use of those connections and make sure that your business thrive and survive. On that note, I also want to thank everyone who has been parcel of this event. You know, I can't stop appreciating UMP's ferry. I can't. Just applaud them, please. You know, you are doing a great job. We really appreciate you. To our hotel, we're saying to you, thank you. And we know that we are going to get very good food. You can see everything here is excellent. From the flowers, from everything, the decor and everything. We want to thank you for the work, job well done. And to say to our IT, to the photographers, you know, you hardly get a situation where you have your IT gurus with you. Every time we have a problem, you'll go out and call them to come, but not at UMP. You find everything in your venue. And that is what excellence is all about. Maybe you have not noticed, they are there at the back, making sure when you say video, they are busy putting up the video. You have a team, not one person. You have a team to show excellence. And on that, we want to thank you. And thank you to all media houses that are here. To our program director, I might be in trouble if I don't thank you. So thank you very much. And thank you for driving this program so well. And I think you are our lifetime program director because anytime we have an event, he is leading. And you have never disappointed us. So colleagues, guests, everyone else, thank you. Hakensa. What? Thank you. Enkos.
Thanks, Prof. Mashudu. So we've come to the end of the event. Now, in the program, it talks about photo shoots or the photo opportunity here, but we're linking it up with lunch, so we'll go upstairs for lunch. And we are at the end of the function. Thanks so much to everybody.